Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are coming from. I would like to introduce Aleix again, who will start us off with our sponsors talk.
Thank you, Alison. And yeah, I hope that everyone had a good lunch, dinner, breakfast, or whatever you have at this time anywhere in the world. Well, now it's starting the session that you were all looking for, which is our sponsors talks. Well, before I start, I would like to give them a thank. It's so important to have them over and have them take part of Akademy, which is so important for our task. Some of the sponsors couldn't make it, so they sent us a video. So I'm gonna go through the slides first, and then we will play the video that some of them sent to explain what they do and why Akademy and KDE is important for them. Without further ado, we will start with Alan Pope from Canonical and Ubuntu. Alan, are you here with us?
Hello. Hopefully this is working.
Yes.
Awesome. This is all very impressive. I love how you've got this set up. It's so professional. I love it. Thank you. So yes, my name's Alan Pope. I'm a developer advocate at Canonical, or Community Spod, as Jonathan Riddell once called me in a KDE Neon blog post. And at Canonical, we're genuinely proud to sponsor the KDE project at the silver level and Akademy itself at the platinum level. You're probably aware that we're custodians of a relatively popular desktop Linux distribution that you might have heard of called Ubuntu. And we have millions of users who love new, interesting, secure, and well-maintained software. And we love getting it to them. And the KDE project has fostered and maintained the creation of a wealth of fabulous tools, utilities, creativity applications, educational apps, and more. And we love that we can drive users to discover and install that great software and engage with the wider KDE community. Personally speaking, 2018 was my first in-person Akademy. Remember before the event when we could actually bunch up and sit close to people like this in the real world. I'm in there somewhere over on the right-hand side. Now, I can honestly say that Akademy 2018 was the most welcoming, friendliest, and enjoyable free software event I've been to for a very long while. It was a great opportunity to talk to old friends I'd not seen for a while and build new relationships within the community. And I think this is an important thing to think about in these tricky times, that what's behind all this software that we create is people. Awesome, awesome people. So I just wanted to say thank you to KDE and the Akademy organizers, and keep being awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan, and thank you for your kind words and for being part of Akademy as well. Glad to have you here. Next, we will have Albert Astals from KDAB.
I'm coming.
you're coming.
Well, video is coming eventually, I hope. Yay, video's here. Okay. Yes. Thank you. So yeah, I don't have a sexy voice on video like Alan does. That's not fair, but let's try to speak about what KDAB is. So KDAB, we are a consultancy. We are experts in Qt, C++, and KDE, OpenGL, Vulkan, Metal, whatever you want to call these new fancy toolkits nowadays. We also do trainings. If you attended one of the trainings on Friday, it was possibly done by us. I think we did 4 out of the 6 trainings. So if you need to be trained in Qt, C++, CMake, whatnot, talk to us. We know how to do that. I've been told that we are also hiring. So if you want to work with a bunch of KDE people, I checked the employee roster this morning. I think 40% of our employees have had a KDE committer account at some point. That's including like people that work for us in the offices and whatnot. So as you can see, it's a relatively high number. So if you like KDE, you'll probably be welcome at KDAB. I mean, we welcome everybody. But, and if you can switch to the next slide, because I don't know how to do that. Thank you. That's not the next slide. You guys forgot my slide. I only had 2 and you forgot 1. Okay, I'm gonna remind my next. This is my next slide actually. So yeah, I just wanted to remind that there's this thing called Qt Desktop Days that's gonna be running next week. It's about Qt and desktop. So I guess us at KDE should be interested about it. It's a bit more on the corporate side than academies. But yeah, go for it. There's going to be talks. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert. Thank you, KDAB, for sponsoring Akademy. And well, thanks for your lovely voice as well. Next, KWin is going to tell us about MBition. Kai?
Yeah, hi everyone. This is KWin from MBition. We are a subsidiary of Mercedes-Benz AG based in Berlin with an office also in Sindelfingen. There's almost 300 people from more than 40 nations working at MBition on creating the automotive world of tomorrow. And the key part of that is open source. And I mean, that's why we're here. KDE and MBition have lots of things in common. We use Qt, QML, C++ in our products just like you do. And in fact, earlier this week, the new Mercedes S-Class was unveiled, and it has a beautiful center touchscreen powered by Qt. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten one yet. But yeah, we're here to learn how such a diverse group of people, like a community like KDE, can, with members spread across the globe, can work together on creating such high-quality software. And more importantly, though, we want to become a company actively contributing to open source and actively participating. And as a matter of fact, a few weeks ago, we actually did our first ever public open source contribution, and that was actually a patch to KDE framework. So yeah, we love KDE, and thank you for having us this year, and it's a great pleasure supporting all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. It was impressive seeing you in a car. I don't think we ever had a presentation at the Academy from within a car.
Well, we did one yesterday, so it's the second one actually.
Oh yeah, right. True. Well, thanks. Now, Douglas De Mayo will tell us about SUSE.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, good. All right. Well, good to see you, Aleix, and everyone here. You know, openSUSE, we've sponsored Akademy for several years, sponsored KDE as well. Just, you know, every year when it comes around, and I'm very proud to actually start that process and communicate and get an email from one of you on the board. You know, you're a phenomenal group of people that provide energy and creativity for open source. So just excited to be a part of this, and as every year, just being a part of it, going to Academy. This year, you know, it's virtually, and we see each other through the through the computer, but I'm looking forward to the next time we can all get together. I want to thank the organizers. It's really been done very well. So next slide, please, if you could. I kind of want to take this time a little bit to talk about something that some of you may have heard about openSUSE, and that is JUMP. And so with JUMP, I just wanted to clarify some things since, you know, KDE and openSUSE has had a very strong relationship, and I just wanted to give you some basic information about JUMP. JUMP is a prototype, really, and that prototype is doing 15.2 over again in a sense of trying to see if it works as a proof of concept to bring SLE, SUSE Linux Enterprise, and LEAP binaries and sources to be compatible, rather. And so that's really what that is. So if everyone kind of hears openSUSE JUMP, you know, what are they doing? You know, I mean, obviously it's always challenging because you have to compete with people's attention span in the space. And so I think that it's important for us to get that message across. Currently it's in an alpha rolling beta stage, so test it out if you want. I think that'd be great. And we could definitely use feedback there. Next slide, please. So yeah, you can kind of see that's what I mentioned. So JUMP is just sort of that prototype, and it's going to bring a lot of benefits here if it actually works out. We don't actually know the name. I mean, is it going to be JUMP? Is it going to remain LEAP? Do we have, has the community decided on another name? We just don't know yet. So next slide, please. Seeing that, you know, that the LTS, the Plasma LTS, has been so important to openSUSE LEAP. You can kind of see the years or the different versions we've had with it. You know, we had a minor delay this year with 15.2 and sort of having that with Plasma 5.18, just a few, I think it was like 2 months extra. But, you know, just sort of looking at the timeline is going to kind of stay the same going forward with JUMP. We should actually figure that out sometime in October. But, you know, I think that the LTS of Plasma is a bright future ahead of us. And yeah, thank you for all that you do.
And thanks for being part of Akademy, being part of KDE, and keeping us in mind, which is also super important. Thanks, Douglas. And
yeah.
Thanks. Nuritzi Sanchez from GitLab. Are you here? Oh, Can you try pressing the headphones button below?
Okay, did this work?
Yes.
Great. All right, thank you. So this is my first Akademy, so I'm thrilled to be here. GitLab and KDE are now working closely together on this migration. I joined GitLab in February, so actually this partnership with KDE was one of the first things that I jumped right into, and so it's been really great to work with people that I've started to already build a relationship through my work with the Linux App Summit. And I think that here, one of the reasons why we wanted to sponsor Akademy is just that we really want to get to know the KDE community better. We want to hear feedback from you all My job as the senior open source program manager is to really build relationships with open source communities and help make GitLab better for that specific thing, for open source communities to grow and to thrive. And so I only have one slide, but I've included here a few links to, one, the blog post of the migration, in case you missed it, just to better understand why the migration took place in the first place. And then we have an open migration issue, which we will be keeping open. Basically, this is a way for us to understand the issues, the urgent issues, the blocker issues, the nice to haves that the KDE community has for GitLab. You're using the community edition, and so for that, there's constantly feedback that we want to hear in terms of what are the features that you'd like us to consider porting down and all of that. And for that, I'd like to mention that we have that GitLab forum. You're welcome to also use the migration issue, but the GitLab forum is a place to really voice just what you'd like to see in the future for GitLab and the KDE partnership. So with that, I've heard that there is a GitLab migration celebration party on Friday. I think Lydia is putting that on, so I will be there, and I invite you to join as well. And that's it. Thank you very much, and I'm excited to meet you all through social events and other things here at Akademy.
Cool. Nice to see a festive thing going on. Thank you, Nuritzi and GitLab, for working together. Really cool to have you around. Thanks. Alvaro from Collabora.
Hello. So nice to see everyone here. I've been working in Collabora for 10 years. Collabora is a consulting dedicating to open source. We have that very much in mind. If there is no open source involved, we usually don't want to do it. And I'm a project manager there, and as part of my usual work, we look after making sure we get all the patches upstream and we coordinate. And KDE is one of those. And it's a very important project, one I use myself, and I hold very dearly KDE, because actually I got this job because I could program in Qt and KDE, and so I got into Collabora because of that. And we still have a few KDE developers, and I'm looking forward to seeing more in the company. So basically our involvement usually is on the lower layers of the stack. We have, if you can move to the next slide, our customers are usually companies working for consumer products, but we also have other industries. So you may see us around working, for example, for in-car entertainment solutions like we do in Bosch, and hopefully you'll see that running around in a few cars in short time. And we work for Google with the Chromebooks, we work for Valve. Our responsibility there is to make sure that it works in all distros with the Steam runtime containers, and also SteamOS, which we even made beat the usual cars from Valve about the third version of a software that is never released. We are getting there. And we also work for Land Rover, G Healthcare, other healthcare companies, making sure displays work great. And basically on all the layers, the lower layers of the stack. Next slide, please. So you can see us doing work on the web browsers, the engine of the web browsers. You can see us working Wayland, GStreamer, we do a lot of that. Pipewire is the next one that we are very much working on. And basically all the infrastructure around making open source work great for customers, and also we try to push the boundaries and make it add new features and make it go where it hadn't gone before, basically. Next slide. So these are some of the projects that we are involved, but I think the main point I want to do is I'm very happy that we are involved again with Akademy, and that we have a long-term engagement with the KDE community, and looking forward to working with you and to, basically these projects that we are working on, make them work better in KDE, which is sometimes not the case. At least I run KDE, and sometimes I just have to shout to my teams and say, okay, make it work. It's not all the other distros. You have to make it work because, it's one of the main distros, the main desktops out there, and it really works great. Next and last slide. All right, next one. I'll skip it, this one. So what I want to, just please, if you have anything related to our work that you want to fix, integrate, sync up, or whatever, these are some of our contacts. Comment there, or even just page me or some of the other Collabora people, and we'll be ready to help. We are really eager to work closer with the KDE community. That's I had a call with the engineers, and that's one big point that they asked me. So thank you very much, and see you around.
Thank you very much, Alvaro. Thank you very much, Collabora, for staying around. We keep finding your engineers when doing our KDE work every time, and it shows how involved you are in everything we do. Well, so thank you.
Very good.
And now Harry will tell us about Froglogic.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting us again. Our company was founded by KDE developers. The first employees also had the same background, and that's the main reason why we again were happy to accept the sponsorship opportunity. So a lot of sentimental reasons, and as a former KDE or Akademy visitor from like 2000 or something, I know how boring sponsoring talks can be, so I'll keep it very short, just one slide. Our company is focusing on quality assurance, everything related to Qt. We do automated GUI testing with Squish. We do code coverage analysis with Coco, and we put all of that together since this year in a test result management system called Test Center. And Qt is used a lot in industries like medical, automotive these days, or air traffic controllers. KDE is what we run into on the customer's desktop a lot, and that's where our ties are, and that's why I wish you a nice conference. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Harry. Thank you very much, Froglogic, for your work and for making sure that applications work. Now we're going to have the video from the remaining sponsors. Dorota Systems Programmer, FELGO will be done by Christian Feldbacher, The Qt Company by Tuka Turunen, and CodeThink by John Ward.
Hello, my name is John Ward, and I am Head of Semiconductor Sales for CodeThink. We are proud to sponsor Akademy 2020. Here at CodeThink, we provide system-level software consultancy, which means we provide the best advice and implementation capability to get you to your business goals by enabling technology, with a focus on open source, of course. We were formed in 2007 by open source people. We're 95 people in size and mainly based in Manchester's Northern Quarter in the UK, but we have a global reach. CodeThink are known to be expert in Linux system development and open source projects. We help our clients provide value to open source, which of course in return provides value to them. Typical projects for us are integrations, build tooling projects, and system level development. But other examples would be strategies for long-term maintenance, speeding up deliveries, and de-risking projects. We are proud to work with all of our clients. For a small company, we work with some of the top companies in the world, such as Tesla, Microsoft, and Bloomberg. But we're not here to sell a bunch of engineers. We're here to provide the best solution with an open source first attitude. CodeThink was formed with a view to creating a company that would push open source forward by enabling some of the best technology companies in the world be successful in FOSS. CodeThink are Linux experts, and we have made thousands of contributions to the Linux kernel, plus other projects such as KDE, GNOME, Debian, and other open source components. This is on all major architectures. Some of our people are top contributors to in the world to the Linux kernel and Debian, and also Debian kernel maintainers. We understand the real practical challenges with the maintenance and integration of a Linux stack in different forms, examples being IVIs, automated driving platforms, IoT applications, and medical devices such as scanners. CodeThink maintained free desktop SDK, which is used for the KDE runtime. A number of our people are KDE developers as well, and we also contribute heavily to an integration tool called BuildStream, which builds the free desktop SDK. This can pull together complex tech like KDE. As one of the main Windows managers for Linux, CodeThink is very happy to support KDE, as this is a benefit to the whole Linux community. The expertise we bring to this area are compositors. CodeThink have developed entire compositors with touchscreen input and handling all the other various inputs and outputs relative to the embedded device. We've contributed and maintained free desktop SDK, which builds the KDE runtime. CodeThink are also graphics device driver experts, and we help companies open source their drivers to benefit open source window managers like KDE, which allows it to support major chipset providers. We've also replaced entire proprietary graphics stacks with open source equivalents to improve performance. CodeThink have implemented multiple Qt display projects for embedded devices. We think this is a great, robust HMI technology used heavily in KDE. We are very excited to be sponsors of Akademy 2020, and we look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chris from FELGO, and I'm now going to show you how you as a Qt developer can benefit from our offerings. So with FELGO, we offer basically two offerings. The first is the FELGO SDK, where we are a Qt technology partner with, which extends the Qt APIs and SDK with more than 200 additional APIs. It also adds development tools to make Qt development faster for all the supported platforms where Qt runs on. In addition, we offer professional services where we help with Qt application development and also offer Qt trainings. But as this is a very short lightning talk, I'm now going to focus on the feature that is the most useful to the majority of developers, which is QML hot reload. So the first iteration of code reloading is live code reload. And what that does is that you can change QML code and instantly see the effect on the application that is still running. So you don't need to recompile the application. As you can see here, I removed an image component and hit save, and the application got updated instantly. The downside of this is that every time you save something in QML, you will always start at the main entry point of your application because the state is not preserved. So with FELGO hot code reloading, we solved this issue where your application persists the state automatically without doing any hacks or any workarounds in your code. This is working out of the box with any QML code. As you can see here, we're adding a new page, and then in this page we are modifying that one, and here we're changing the title, and the title gets changed instantly while the application remembers the state where we have been in, which is this page. And you can very easily change source code this way. It totally changes the way you code. You do much smaller iterations, more changes, and it really boosts the time of development for your projects. It's independent of any platform that's used, so supported on all of them that Qt supports, and it's running as a standalone tool, so it's independent from the IDE that you're using. It works with Qt Creator, but also KDevelop or any others. And it works with any Qt and QML project, also if it's not using any of the FELGO APIs. It runs on all the platforms that Qt supports, and also works of course with custom C++ code that you might have. You can see here the link provided. A webinar where one of our lead developer who has developed this feature is sharing a live code session of how to add this to existing Qt projects. Depending on the other APIs that we are offering, it depends on which requirements that you're having, which are the most useful. Here's a quick summary of them. All the ones in orange are the ones that FELGO adds on top, you can see here at this comparison how much code lines you could actually save. So we did a comparison here with the plain Qt app for the Qt World Summit that we developed. And this application is fully open source. You can check it out online, as well as this one, which is a nice little tool for Jira for time tracking and workload management. Make sure to check it out. It's also open source and comes with the FELGO SDK, and along with 60 other demos provided online by us. So make sure to try it out. It's free and to use. It's available here. And yeah, if you want to work on the cutting edge of Qt technology, make sure to check out our website. We're hiring currently. And also enjoy the rest of the KDE Academy and have a great week.
Hello, my name is Dorota. I was invited here because I sponsor this year's Academy. As some of you know, I am just another developer and not a big company. So why did I give my hard-earned money to you? First of all, I really enjoyed Academy in Vienna. But really, I believe in returning favors and supporting each other. I have been part of the community for a decade and KDE helps me work every day. You all deserve more than just a thank you for that. That's what I wanted to tell you, but I still have a minute to go, so I'll tell you a story. The story is based on real events, and it is about my lockdown guest. Back when lockdowns were just beginning, the weather turned warm enough to keep windows open during the day. I was sitting in my room, coding, when I heard deep buzzing. It was a bumblebee leaving through my window. Next morning, same situation. A bumblebee trying to leave through my closed window. It must have stayed overnight. Well, I let it out. But 10 minutes later it comes back, lands in my pile of fresh clothes, and then hides. Well, I guess I have a roommate now. The bumblebee was a funny guest. It woke up at 7 o'clock, went out to get a breakfast, and then came back to sleep until 10. Sometimes it had trouble finding the way through my window. One evening it was so drunk on nectar it couldn't get in and stayed outside all night. But it came back in the morning and it recovered between my clothes. One day it left and it never came back. After my guest left, I did some research on bumblebees and discovered that they live in hives underground, but they can stay outside for a couple of days if the weather is bad while they are foraging. The end. Okay, I know what you're thinking. That I am not such a great storyteller. Well, maybe I'm not. But I'm a decent coder, and you can hire me for all kinds of Linux jobs. Just contact me through my website DorotaC.eu, or you can also read about the work that I've done recently on my blog. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Tuukka. I'm from the Qt company and I'm heading the R&D organization. This is a lightning talk for the Akademy 2020. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there myself, but I'm happy that this video recording was made possible and I can give the sponsor greetings with this presentation. I wanted to talk a very little about Qt 6. This has been already quite much mentioned during the presentations of the event. I'm sure we also have had some participation, and I must say that I'm really happy to see that the Academy was happening this year or is happening this year despite of the pandemic situation. I also do hope that the fact that this is a virtual event will actually be positive for the participation of the Academy and that many new people can join who otherwise would not be able to travel when it has been held as a physical event. So, without further ado, just a bit about Qt 6 and how important it is for us. And I hope that this is something that also KDE sees as an important and interesting. I do know that Qt as a cross-platform framework has many angles, and we have been investing a lot also into things that are mostly driven by embedded, which is of course also an area what KDE is doing, but there are also many items that are very relevant for desktop users as well as mobile users, and I hope that KDE finds many interesting things in Qt 6. We have been developing this over the past several years, and this year is the main development time, and we aim to have the first release Qt 6.0 coming out still in December. So the next months are super busy polishing and getting everything right. Then next year we will be targeting to release Qt 6.1 and 6.2, and in those we are intending to add more features. So I hope and functionality as well as bringing support back on some of the modules and platforms that were not possible to yet support fully on 6.0. So I do hope that KDE continues to help us to test things, to bring KDE frameworks and applications on top of Qt 6, to report findings, to improve things, and also to contribute things. And this way we can ensure that Qt 6 gets better quicker when we have more users, and it also is beneficial for KDE because then it's better fit for your needs. So without further ado, thank you, this was my part, and enjoy the event. Bye bye.
Well, thanks all of you. Thanks also to Pine64 who couldn't make it to the presentation, but they're also sponsors. Thank you very much for everything you do. And now back to Alison and Dimitris.
Thank you, Aleix, and thank you all those sponsors. Let's get started. Dimitris will be talking about creating convergent applications. Dimitri, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Ne, fame.
First off, thank you very much for the introduction. Since we are a little bit behind schedule, let's move on directly onto the subject of our talk. Yes, we're going to talk about convergence. It is true that as a term, convergence is, let's say, a buzzword in the Linux and Linux mobile and desktop world. There is a lot of hype around that term, but in reality, it's a quite simple term that consists just of two requirements. There is the hardware part that suggests that you should be able to plug into your smartphone a mouse, a monitor, and a keyboard, and use it as a traditional, let's say, desktop workstation. And there is the second requirement where the applications should adapt their user interface and their user experience according to, let's say, the device that the application runs on. Well, before delving into the technical details about convergence, well, I've just realized that I haven't shared my webcam, so now you should be able to see me as well, right? Well, before delving into the technical details about convergence, let's try to see convergence from a non-technical point of view. Well, unfortunately, currently the most, let's say, popular software repository in the mobile world is the Google Play, the application store of Google's Android, which, in my opinion, contains many applications that do not respect the rights of the users. There are many applications that spy on the users or use the application as an advertising board. And on top of that, the Android developers are locked in decentralized and proprietary Google Play Services API. well, on the other side, there is the world of Linux free software applications that in most cases, there are applications that are free software and respect the user rights and provide real functionality to the user without spying on them or throwing advertisements to their face. But in my opinion, this set of applications has a major deficiency, which is that these applications are not touch friendly, and in most cases they have not been implemented on frameworks that provide touch friendly, let's say, capabilities. To address this deficiency, the KDE community has introduced the Kirigami framework, which is a UI toolkit for desktop, for convergent desktop and mobile, based on the touch-friendly set of QTWIC controls, which is also a set of controls that is customizable in terms of their styling. It also applies the KDE Human Interface Guidelines, in short KDE. We are going to expand on this topic in the next slide. It is also a tier 1 framework. That means that it only depends on Qt. And as a Qt framework, it is multi-platform. It is true that the KDE developers work primarily on Linux, but there is nothing to prevent Kirigami from running on any other platform. And of course, as a KDE project, it is a piece of free software. Well, we have said before that Kirigami is based on the KDE HIGs. It applies the KDE Human Interface Guidelines. Well, the KDE HIG is a set of design patterns for mobile and desktop convergent application. It is created and it has been created and it is maintained by the KDE Visual Design Group. And they have as a target to offer an optimal user experience for its kind of device. To achieve this goal, the KDE designers try to enable developers to create consistent and easy to learn user interface. These terms are, let's say, tightly coupled because, for example, when you are on Plasma Mobile and you run an application that Plasma Mobile offers, in general, the applications of Plasma Mobile have been implemented on Kirigami. Well, having interacted with an application, or let's say Ktrip in Plasma Mobile, as soon as you jump to another application of the same application set, then the knowledge that you have obtained, having interacted with the previous application, can be, let's say, applied, and as a result, you think that the user interface is more intuitive, and in general, you find your way more easily. Well, as a showcase application in order to, let's say, present the capabilities, the convergence capabilities of Kirigami, I'm going to use Calendori. By the way, I'm the maintainer of the Calendori, which is the calendar of Plasma Mobile, and it offers the basic functionalities that a calendar user should expect, like date navigation, events management, scheduling of alarms and stuff like that. And I think that Calendori is a perfect candidate as a showcase application because, when we started working on Calendori, we had only Plasma Mobile in mind, but we leveraged the Kirigami capabilities, the convergence capabilities of Kirigami, and we did not spend much time in the convergent bit. So I think that we can use it in order to present the default convergence capabilities of Kirigami. It is also important to mention that from a developer point of view, I just maintain a single version of code without, let's say, creating different branches for each device type, and that's very convenient for me. And that's how you can. That's how Calendori is executed on mobile, and that's Calendori on a desktop workstation. And let's try to identify the convergence bit of Kirigami. Well, here we can see in action one of the pillars of Kirigami, which is the column-based navigation. The content in Kirigami in general is organized in a stack of pages, and it is displayed in a hierarchical way. Here we see that when we are on mobile, just a single page of the page stack is displayed, whereas on desktop you can see many pages. That depends on the width of the screen of your desktop. And of course, you don't have to write any kind of extra code to achieve this. Well, apart from the 2 pages on desktop, we can see another, let's say, part in the screen. Well, that's the global drawer that is supposed to contain the global actions. An action is something that has a label and an icon probably, and in general you click on it and you trigger something. Let's say you push a page on the page stack. The global drawer is supposed to contain the global actions. The global actions are the actions that are applicable in every single context. So it's a perfect candidate to put there your system settings or stuff like that. And in Calendori, we have opted to present the global drawer as a side panel, like let's say the Discover way. And that has been accomplished by just setting 3 properties of the global drawer component, the Kirigami global drawer component. We say that the drawer should open when the screen is wide enough. We say that the handle should be visible only on small screen, and that applies also for the modal property. While on mobile, instead of a side panel, the global drawer is displayed by default closed, and what we can see on mobile is a large, let's say, control. In general, on mobile, the controls are larger because we use our hands as, let's say, the input devices, and the precision of our fingers is lower than, let's say, a mouse. So the controls are larger and in general are located at the bottom of the screen, because in many cases you just, let's say, hold your smartphone just by one hand, and you execute many workflows just by your thumb, just using your thumb. So the global drawer is by default closed. You click on the hamburger menu, you can open it and interact it like a traditional drawer. And that's not the default functionality of a global drawer. In the Kirigami, what Kirigami offers is, instead of displaying a large button at the bottom of the screen, you can see another kind of hamburger menu, which is displayed at the top left corner of the screen, and it offers, let's say, traditional kind of desktop menu. You can also see that the control is smaller because of the high input precision of the mouse. There is a third also alternative for the global drawer. You can just set the is menu property to true. as the global drawer Kirigami component and display the menu only on desktop as a, let's say, a set of hierarchically organized dialogues. Well, here we see another pillar of the mobile design patterns of Kirigami, the primary action buttons. When we are on mobile, when we execute our application on mobile, the actions that you are going as a user to trigger more often are located at the bottom of the screen, and you can interact with them just by one hand. For example, in Calendary, you can go up and down in the set of months and use the, let's say, the big blue button to navigate back to the current day. While on desktop, these three primary action buttons are displayed at the global toolbar, which is located at the, let's say, at the top of the screen. We have we mentioned earlier the case of a global drawer that is supposed to contain the global actions. There is another kind of actions, the contextual actions, that are applicable only in specific contexts. For example, in Calendary, as soon as the user selects a specific date, then the user may check the schedule on that day to manage the tasks and events that are scheduled on that day. So the user can trigger the contextual drawer by just clicking on this control that is displayed at the right bottom corner of the screen, and the sliding drawer is presented, and you can interact with it, close and open it again. So in general, on mobile, since the space available is limited, you have to focus on the content, and as a result, you have to hide, let's say, secondary actions. And the drawers, global and the contextual drawer, are two nice, let's say, places to hide your secondary actions. On desktop, these contextual actions are displayed at the in the global toolbar at the top of the screen. Here we can see, no, I have not, okay. Here we can see another design pattern that is applicable only on mobile, which is the style of the global toolbar as a breadcrumb. Well, I have forgotten to mention that in most cases, the label that you see at the bottom of the slide, no extra code, just means that you are going to leverage the out-of-the-box capabilities of Kirigami. You do not have to create any kind of extra coding in order to achieve the convergence bits. So the global toolbar style offers the breadcrumbs design pattern. Well, when you are on mobile, the user may, let's say, get lost because just a single page is displayed. So the breadcrumb acts as a navigational as well as an orientation aid. The user can check what the exact place on the hierarchy of content that currently is active, and also click on the title and navigate back and forth in the hierarchy. Let's move on to another pattern, which is The on-demand actions. Well, on-demand actions as a pattern is a set of actions that are available on a list view, for example, and you don't have to, let's say, always display them on the screen. And well, when you are on desktop, since the mouse can be used as the input device, you can hover on an item, and as soon as you are on this item, you can display the actions and the user can trigger it. Well, since hovering and because mouse is not available on mobile, you can offer this pattern by displaying a small, let's say, control in each item. You click on it and you apply the slide and reveal pattern. You can then see the actions available, trigger them, and click again to the control and close the drawer. Apart from the default Kirigami features that about convergence that Calendar leverages, we have added some specific convergent bits, like the one you see in this slide, where, well, here we see the event scheduled on a specific day. When you execute Calendar on mobile, here we present the event scheduled in a column, while since on desktop the space available in the screen is more, then we can display the events that are scheduled on a specific hour in a row, and that is being accomplished by let's say hacking a little bit the grid layout, setting the columns and the rows of this component according to the widescreen property of, well, here root is the application window. In general, if you'd like to have a full picture of what Kirigami has to offer, I would suggest you check the Kirigami Gallery application. That so it's a showcase application for every single component that Kirigami offers. In order to check how Kirigami components are displayed on mobile and desktop, you have to set these two environmental variables and have, let's say, and check the UI and the UX of each device. Before closing, let me express some personal thoughts on convergence. Well, I think that nowadays that free software platforms, free software mobile platforms do exist, like the PinePhone and the Librem 5, for example. I think that convergence is very relevant. Nevertheless, I don't think that absolute convergence is going to happen, since, well, there are applications that are, let's say, focused on content creation. Well, I don't think that KDevelop, for example, is never going to be a convergent application, but I don't know, who knows. But what I do believe is that there are many applications in the world of free software that are perfect convergence candidates. And well, these applications, because the, let's say, focus on content consumption and offer a limited set of content creation capabilities, I think that they're perfect candidates for, let's say, convergent framework like Kirigami. So in summary, since we have reached the end of the talk, let's say sum up with a kind of quiz. Let's say that you are a developer. Let's say that you are an application developer, and you are wondering if Kirigami is the right framework for your application. Well, you may ask yourself a set of questions. For example, do you think that free software on mobile matters? Are you going to create an application for mobile and desktop? Are you interested in maintaining a single base of code instead of creating different branches for its device type? Would you like to base your UI and UX on a specific set of guidelines instead of creating your own guidelines? Or do you want to base your application on a framework that is constantly evolving, like Kirigami, which is as part of the KDE framework released each month? Well, if you have answered yes to any of these questions, probably Kirigami is the right framework to base your application on. Well, that's all for me. Unfortunately, we have no time for questions, but feel free to ping me either by email or on Matrix. You can also find me in the Matrix chat of Plasma Mobile, the Matrix room of Plasma Mobile. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, we have a couple minutes for questions if you'd like to.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
You got through it really quick. So, perfect.
Thanks.
On the shared notes, we have one question. On the first examples of Calendori, there is a lot of white space for the desktop app. Also, the buttons tend to be far away from the content. Are there approaches to make that experience on desktop better in that regard?
Well, probably there is a room for not probably, it's true that there is a room for improvement. My intent here is to present you the default, let's say, capabilities of the default features that the Kirigami offers for convergence. But if you feel free to create a mock-up and join the KDE Visual Design group and provide your feedback for any kind of improvement.
All right. Well, it looks like that's the only question. Maybe we'll give one more minute to see if anyone writes something. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you too.
Big round of applause. Okay. It looks like that was your only question.
Okay, so goodbye.
Yes.
Thank you for the talk. Yay.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, yes.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Yay, applause in the chat. Thank you so much, Dimitris.
All right, Frederick, I will hand everything over to you. Aleix is up next, and we are starting in 7 minutes.
Exactly. So we have slipped slightly with the schedule, so don't get worried. Everything has been moved by 10 minutes. So you get your short break in between now. Everybody get refreshed, drink some water or other beverage, do some exercise. I'm sure, Aleix, you have full control over the setup. You have practiced clicking the blue button before. All right. Yes, so 5 more minutes. Same goes for room 2. Everything is moved by 10 minutes. So, yep, time for beer, people suggest. Yeah, for those where it's late enough in the evening, do enjoy something nice to drink. Make a nice cup of tea. You have 5 minutes to do so. Yeah. Thanks again to all the sponsors and to all the hard work that the team has been doing in the background. It's quite amazing. Oh, and thanks. This is the time to thank Aleix for doing both a lot of organizational work, organizing, being president, and also being deeply in the technical trenches here. I think that is really amazing. Yeah. And his upcoming talk will, as far as I gather, be about KWin and Wayland, quite in line with the KDE goals. We will.
Is it KWin or Quinn?
KWin. I never. Yes. Oh, yes.
Maybe we should do a poll while we wait. We can do polls here, right?
Yes.
Start the poll. Let's see how this works. So we're gonna have an A/B question. A is Quinn, B is KWin. I don't think I can vote though. It is going very neck and neck though.
Oh, the excitement rises through the roof.
Oh yeah. Well, I can even see what people voted.
Maybe Akademy 2020 is the year where we find out whether it's Quinn or KWin.
So far it's tied, I can say that much. So we need more votes. A Quinn,
do vote.
B KWin.
Can't we write that on the slides maybe? I'm not sure.
Can we? Let me try.
That's now we're getting technical. Oh yeah, you're the presenter, you're the one who can write. Maybe. It's not that important. Oh yeah, it's in the chat. That's maybe good enough. Yes. In other news, we have been trying to do a bit of social hangouts for those that feel like it's awesome to listen to talks, but we do want to chat with each other in a less formal fashion. So we have a hangout room, a hallway track room. We did some experiments splitting up in groups. We had yesterday night after the talks were done, people were showing the craziest hats they could find. So that was pretty cool. I was a bit too tired to really join for long, but I hear it went on for several hours. So really awesome. So I suppose tonight after the talks, if somebody's interested, there will be another round of socializing. You get to talk to each other. Oh, more voting going on, yes. Yeah, I don't know if we, I don't understand how the technical bits of Big Blue Button work. I know that's just a normal website. So the hallway track is a bit improvised. I don't know if we can add the hallway link to the website. Presumably we could.
We can ask the Academy team after, and they have control over everything in the wall.
Yes, we can mention it. So every so often we have had random chatting there. Oh, I didn't see that you actually wrote KWin and KWin. Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, and people are also rebranding Wayland. There was also some debate whether we should move from Conky to Katie as official mascot. I'm just teasing people here a bit. This is going to be way too controversial. And we're actually, yeah, I think it's time's up. Now it's 9 past. For me, 7 here. You have your own time zone, I don't know. But that basically means we can give you the stage and start the talk. this is so cool. It's aligned with the goal we have this year, making Wayland and KDE play nice. So yeah, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick. Well, now, before I start, I'm going to publish the results. As you can see, A got 58% of the votes, meaning that the project is called KWin and not KWin. I hope that this resolves the discussion forever, or at least for the week. Whoop. All right, so, whoa. So I'm gonna talk about KWin and Wayland, which is a topic that if you had asked me 1 year ago that I would be talking about KWin and Wayland, I would have said, well, that's impossible, you're crazy. And yet here I am, doing it from my home, which is something I would have said it was impossible as well last year. But, well, that's 2020 for you, right? Now, all right. I think Big Blue Button doesn't like when I add emoji to the slides. But, well, in this slide, what I was saying is that my name is Aleix. I am a KDE developer. I have been for over a decade. I am the KDB president, and I work for Blue Systems, who sponsors me to do quite a bit of KDE development. And I am based in Barcelona, in the lovely Mediterranean coast. Now, since I am new to KWin, many of you are as well, I figured it would make sense to start with a bit of history, because we're talking about KWin, which is a project that is from the, well, very old, and Wayland is, well, not that old. So it means that how is it possible that these two are so entangled together right now? As you can see here, this is the first recorded commit that we have right now in KWin that says, say hello to KWin, warning, not usable yet, see readme, from Matthias Etrich, who was the founder of KDE. That was from 1999, but not 1996, which is when we consider that KDE starts. Remember, 25 years this year. And that is because KWin got moved from KWM, Window Manager, at some point. Just an anecdote, I guess. Then after a lot of time, and when all of these three people that I had on the last slide were not already contributing to KWin and mostly KDE anymore, Martin Graslin took over the project, and among all of the work he did, he started also porting to KWin and adopting it to make it good future solution for Plasma. Now, what did it mean? KWin was an X11 compositor, and it slowly started also being able to talk to Wayland. And right now, you can see that you can start your Plasma session from into X11, or you can start your Plasma session into Wayland, and they will be largely the same. You should have more or less the same features. You should have more or less the same behavior, with small differences that are due to the protocol and how everything works. But that's when it all started for Wayland in KWin. That was 2013, like we can see here. Now, before we start looking into why KWin is so important for KDE, I thought that it made sense to reflect a bit on why Wayland is important and why people are working on it, and we keep hearing about this, despite that, well, admittedly, not every of us are using it yet, although I am, by the way. First reason I think that is super important is that it's simplicity. And now you can say, wait a second, how is it that it's taking you so far 7 years if it's so much simpler? Well, for starters, when that happened, we had been working on X11 for 20 years. And then there's a lot of the complexity that is part of X11, that is part of the X server, that is happening somewhere else. So X11 has the advantage, so to speak, that it's more complex, but then it's developed by other people and somewhere where we get to share the work. So it kind of feels like it's less complex. But as a user, what you have running on your system on Wayland is much simpler. Now, people keep telling me, like, so, oh, you want to move to Wayland, what am I going to do with my super old computer? That's never going to be able to embrace a new technology. And, well, my obligation over there is there's no reason to have this kind of concern, because Wayland is simpler, in fact. You don't need to have the communication between, well, KWin and the X server in two different processes. And we can have everything in KWin or all the other compositors. There's many others as well, by the way. Like you will know, Matter for GNOME, there's Sway and Weston, which is a reference implementation. All of them we are implementing, well, this Wayland. And actually this Wayland, what we mean about Wayland is a set of protocols that are implemented through a library called libwayland, very imaginative. And these protocols do what you would expect actually to be doing, and communicating between each application and, well, the operating system, right? Like the application needs to know about all of the mouse input. The application will need to know all about the keyboard input. The application will need to be able to send images to present on the screen. This is the information that is being shared through the Wayland protocols. In X11, this used to be done between the application and the X server, and the X server would send all of its information to everyone, and including KWin, and KWin would do work on top of that. And this actually leads us to the second point, which is security. In KWin, Wayland, we get to have a tighter control over what information is sent to each of the clients of the applications. In terms of Wayland semantics, a client and an application is basically the same. In fact, Wayland doesn't know about applications, knows about clients, right? Now, since it's KWin who decides who gets what, us from Plasma, we get to have the decision of this application needs to know about, for example, when was the mouse used last, but not every application needs to know it, right? Things like a keylogger, for example, would be trivial or are trivial to implement in X11. On Wayland, it shouldn't be at all. There's ways to prevent that. For example, the Flatpak sandboxing system has created or adds a proxy between the clients and the compositor to make sure that these applications don't do it, but then it needs to be done ad hoc, right? In Wayland, we get to do it, and actually we don't need to have a separate component. Part of the big advantage that Wayland is giving us is that we are the ones who decide. So as Plasma, without having to rely on other components to do smart things, we get to pick and choose, which is very important, because, well, if you were in my talk yesterday, I was talking about products, about having a good overall view of what we're delivering to our users. I was talking about making sure that if something doesn't work, we get to fix it. And we've all been at this point in our lives when we've seen something that wasn't working that well on X11, and people told you, well, that's an X problem. You will have to report the bug over there. And you ended up with a super sad face, because it's never fun to report a bug that is 2 or 3 layers above the user, because the amount of the kind of language that you're going to have to use is very often, well, sort of language that you as an end user are not really comfortable with. Even if I had to report a bug to the X server, I would have problems explaining what exactly is wrong, because people over there are very comfortable with the concept of the X11 business and all, but me not so much, even if I have been using it and in different ways developing on top of it for the last 15 years. Now, in Wayland, we have these possibility of deciding over what kind of things can happen, and this gives us this in this way Plasma and KWin ultimately become the interacting agent for bug reports and for users, and we get to implement whatever our users find important, right? For example, if we see that a lot of users are using Wacom tablets, then we implement Wacom tablets. Our users will have Wacom tablets. We won't have to make sure that we stop working on Plasma, we move to X11 and work on an implementation that admittedly would work for everyone, and that was also very powerful of X11. But it was also a different code base that we were not all that familiar with, and actually it showed in several times in our story. Another very important aspect of this would be hardware support. When we think about Plasma, again, as a product, we need to make sure that everything works from a very low level, right? And being able to put it on whatever device we're working on. For example, Plasma Mobile has been working on Wayland since the very beginning, and that's very related to this, right? As soon as we get to have OpenGL working on the device, we can run a Wayland on top, a KWin on top, and start running the applications exactly like we're used to on a normal Linux system. Unlike on X11, where we would have to see why it's not working over there, or what are the different interfaces that we should be familiar with over there. So, like I said, what is Wayland? Wayland is a set of protocols that we will use to communicate between each client and the compositor, and vice versa. So the compositor will be able to tell things to the clients and on a one-on-one basis, and the clients will also be able to tell the compositor anything that they feel like. These protocols are specified in an XML code very similar to this one. I mean, you could implement it at a lower level, but nobody really does that. These XML files are often standardized, so there are several protocols that are very important to all of us, and all of these are implemented by any compositor. They should be implemented by us, as well as Matter and Western, etc. In fact, to standardize protocol, to make it unstable, we require for it to be implemented in one of those compositors. For it to be stable and standard, it needs to be implemented for at least a couple of them. And then it's then when you see that if something is stable and there, well, you get to use it, and the clients will start implementing. These protocols need to be implemented on both ends. They need to be implemented in KWin. So KWin, when a client tells them about, well, Potato in this case, but it could be, for example, the Wacom tablet case I was talking about earlier, you know, those with a pen that you can work on, or so. You implement it, and then clients who understand this protocol will be able to take an action in this regard. So clients have to implement it as well. They can do it on their own, or more generally, the framework, whichever they're using, should implement it, be it GTK, Qt, or I don't know, SDL, whatever. To make it a bit simpler, Qt has this tool called Qt Wayland Scanner that generates C++ code from the XML file. And if you use the right argument, you will generate the server side or the client side. So we can start implementing it without a lot of problems. Well, I guess I had emojis here as well, but here I was talking about which are the relevant repositories. So they are KWin. So if you go to invent.kd.org, you can look for KWin, which is, well, the component I'm talking about, the compositor that talks to both the graphics card and the keyboards and all of those and each of the clients. Then there's Wayland, which is a KDE framework that is intended to implement a lot of the client protocols, so that if you need to use it from an application, you can use a class that is already prepared for you to use instead of having to do the whole interfacing with Wayland, which is a bit fiddly sometimes. There's also Wayland Server, which is more or less the same, but for the server side. This one is fairly new. We started with it at Plasma 519, I think, but it's helping us to be able to develop it a bit quicker. There's KWin integration, which is a component that sits in the background, and whenever an application loads the plugin, because it needs something that is dependent on Wayland or X11, well, over there we have the Wayland integration, and then KidWayland, which is part of Kid5, and it will be Kid6 hopefully, where you will see the code that actually is sending from your application into that will be sending your application events into KWin and back. All right, I think that the next slide has the same problem. Sorry about that. I wanted to talk about three main relevant parts of KWin, so that if you start looking at this super big code base, you don't get too overwhelmed. First would be the effects. Effects should work both on X11 and Wayland. It's a standard interface, somewhat, that you can implement a bit of code that can be enabled and disabled, and it can perform one task, right? A good example for this would be the screenshot effect. It's not what we would think of an effect generally, but it's implemented because it has access to everything we're drawing. It has access to debus, for example, which is how we've reached there. So it's done. You can go to KWin/effects and you will find most of them, at least the ones that we're shipping. Then, well, we have the plugin/platforms directory. That's an important one as well. That's where we do the communication between KWin and all of its information into our either graphics card or whatever output there is. We have several of them. DRM is the one that will be taking care of the graphics card. The other one will be Wayland, for example, which is if you run KWin on your system, you will get a window with a KWin inside, which is very useful to develop on, and you will find that in plugins, platforms, Wayland. Now, KWin is a very weird project to start working on, and I figured that it would be useful, well, not only to do this talk for today, but also to give some tips for you to get started. First, I would suggest to start looking into running it into a window instead of doing a change and restarting your session, because, well, one has to remember that when KWin Wayland crashes because something went wrong, you lose everything that you were doing so far, which is actually, by the way, something that we are working on, but it's not ready yet. Hopefully it will be soon. But as is, to develop it's a bit cumbersome. So you can use a line like this one. Let me dissect it a little bit. First, you see debus run session. This is so that the debus calls we're doing don't hit with the ones that for the session we're already doing, because something will get replaced and it gets a bit weird. By the way, this also applies. This debus run session also applies to running KWin tests. And we run the executable, and then we say exit with session and then console, so that this KWin starts with a console, so that you can start another process or do something interesting over there. and then we specify which a socket. So when we specify this socket, we call it Academy. You can call it Potato if you want. But the important thing is that it's not the socket that the KWin is using right now. It's just a different one. Something also quite important is that since it's such a big code and everything is so interconnected, one needs to sit down first and see what the right place to implement everything is. It's very fine if you join into the communication channels we have around and ask us, but I think it's useful to sit down for a second and implement it. Otherwise, it's something that we will end up discussing on the merge request. So, well, there's that. Using the window mode, like I said, very important. Having a crash over there will be much easier to debug. You will get to use then Valgrind, GDB, everything that Millian said on the training, if you were there, can be used over there as well. Wayland debug, it's an environment variable that if you run your process with, starts outputting all of the communication that the client is having with a compositor. That's also very useful. You can do it on the compositor as well, so you will get everything that actually is being discussed. It's very verbose, so you will want to use it with grep or something along the lines, but yeah. And if you need to especially debug something in DRM, you want to get to debug it from a windowed mode, because DRM is the thing that talks to the graphics card, so you will actually have to connect to it. Then I just try to use it as a last resort, and then I have to do it from another computer through SSH or something along the lines. You can read this blog post I wrote that explains some tricks about how to do it a bit easier using tmugs and all. If you have any questions, because it's a bit weird overall, you can definitely ask me. Now, if you have any questions about something you would like to implement or work on, you can send an email to either Plasma Devel if it's something more wider, to KWin mailing list if it's something more specific. Also, it's perfectly fine if you get it wrong. Just send it to either, and we will help you either way. There's also 2 Matrix/IRC channels that you can find us and work with us. There's #KWin and #Plasma. You will find several developers of either projects over there. That's what I wanted to talk about. If you have any questions, I'll be more than glad to say I don't know the answer.
Thank you, Aleix. Big applause in the chat. There has been a lot of talk going on, mostly joking, but there is one question. Let's see, and that is, oh, there's a second question popping up. Good. We have 3 minutes. That should just work. KWin, as I know and learned, has a big effect on the overall user experience, but it seems like you need to be a pretty experienced programmer to contribute. What can designers and less experienced programmers do to participate in KWin's development, especially for Wayland?
Ever since I joined the project, I have tried to make it easier. I've been new to KWin as well, and I actually was quite recently, despite my experience in KDE. So if it's hard, it's not on purpose. It's a very old code base, and that also doesn't help. But there's been a lot of work that has been done, not only by me, but by Vlad and David and many others, which, well, little by little make the whole business a bit simpler and happier. I hope that this helps. If you find something specifically that is complex and cumbersome for you, tell us, and we will try to either tell you what our experience says, or, well, try to help you fix it. In the end, by the way, I mentioned David and Vlad and myself and Mevan, who did the talk the other day. All of us are actually quite new to KWin, and maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, none of us had touched it. So we're kind of all on the same boat over there.
So be brave, everybody. Just try it, break it, and then repair it again. All right, second question. Adding to the previous, okay, is there something like junior jobs? The merge requests I see seem to implement some complicated specification.
Well, that's a bit of an open question. There might be junior jobs. I haven't created any junior job myself, but I have seen junior jobs all over the place, so there might be. If you want a task, you can also reach out to us and say, I want to do KWin things, and we will show you all of the open tasks that we have. There's a lot of stuff going on Fabricator as well with future plans. Actually, there's a whole lot of stuff to be done, right? Especially in graphics, there's new technologies every day that keep popping up. I don't know, color management and these weird HDR and their 30-bit color spaces. All of this needs somebody to look into and sit down and think. Actually, one special thing about KWin is that it probably needs more sitting down and thinking than many other parts of the KDE code base. But then it's so much more rewarding than, I mean, it's not about adding a feature in this corner. It's something that will end up having an impact overall the usability of the process. So it's also quite engaging, I think, for a hacker as well, something that is doing. You're muted. Frederick, you're muted.
Thank you so much. I don't think there are any more questions right now. Yes. Thank you for the talk. We're also out of time, so perfect timing. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, no, I should not try reading the chat. It's only noise. Yeah. So as you know, we are we're 10 minutes exactly behind schedule. So everything is moved by 10 minutes. I hope that's great for everyone. Yeah, next up, we have Fedora. Introduction to the Fedora KDE group, the special interest group. So I'm looking forward to that here in this room with Neal. And in parallel, in the other room, we have change management with Annika. So that also sounds really exciting. Okay. So you get a 4-minute break here. Well, 3 minutes. Yeah, you can keep on applauding a bit more for Aleix, and then we start warming up the room for Neal. All right. All right, Neal, let's try to get your setup working. I hope you are presenter now. Let's see. Or maybe not. Maybe I need to practice clicking a bit. Yes. All right, Neal, you should have the rights now to actually, if you kill your audio connection, so clicking the headset button and then click it again, then you will have audio, I hope. You'll also be able to share your screen, and you can maybe start a webcam, I hope. Yes, now you are in the audio stream, yes?
I think I am, right? That should be
Excellent.
a thing now?
I can hear you, so probably everybody else can too. Super
Let's
good.
get this fixed up. This started. on the
1 minute until starting.
So, my video showing up for you?
Yeah, it's coming, I think. Yes, awesome. It works.
All right, let's upload the presentation.
Very nice.
Probably be the smart thing to do now.
Yep, and that's why we still have a minute left. So perfect. Looking forward to learning about what's going on in Fedora land.
Yeah, so am I.
All right.
To be uploaded and uploading. And I don't have emojis in my presentation, so we shouldn't have those problems.
Excellent. All right. Looking very good. I think the stage is yours. So give a hand to Neal. Good. There's a first round of applause in the chat. Take it. Have fun.
All right. Yeah. Thank y'all. So my name is Neal Gompa. I'm from the Fedora project. I'm here to talk about Fedora KDE. So let's get on with it. And a little bit before we kind of get into Fedora KDE itself, I want to talk a little bit about myself just to give you an idea of who I am. So I kind of call myself a professional technologist for whatever the hell that means. But I'm a contributor and a developer in Fedora, Magia, openSUSE, and Open Mandriva Linux distributions. I am a member of the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee. So that is the committee that essentially is the final arbiter of all of the major technical changes that occur in Fedora releases. I'm also obviously a member of the Fedora KDE SIG. Hell, otherwise I wouldn't be talking to you about it. And I'm a contributor to package management software, specifically RPM, DNF, and related projects, systems management, software management. I live a lot in the plumbing layers most of the time. And for my day job, I'm a DevOps engineer at Datto Incorporated, who's a business continuity disaster recovery company based in Norwalk, Connecticut. They don't really matter too much from the Fedora KDE perspective, but you know, that's where I work. And you can reach me generally via Twitter. There's my Twitter handle on screen. So now to the interesting stuff, Fedora KDE. So Fedora KDE Spin is a curated collection of software that demonstrates the breadth and quality of the KDE ecosystem. So the whole point of this is that we're trying to show a KDE experience on Fedora that is relatively close to what KDE as a project aims for the Plasma desktop to look like. We retain as many of the upstream defaults as possible. There are some minor tweaks here and there. We look at paper cuts and stuff like that. For the most part, there's some minor branding and usability tweaks. We use Mozilla Firefox as our default browser. This is something that all the Fedora desktop editions do. And we use FirewallD for our firewall solution, and it's configured, and we have the applet and stuff like that, as well as SE Linux as our mandatory access control system for security. We ship as a live media ISO for x86 systems, and that's available from kde.fedoraproject.org. And we ship disk images for ARM systems, and that's at the arm.fedoraproject.org website. We don't yet currently, only because I didn't actually realize we didn't have this, and we're going to, hopefully. I brought it up for discussion. Having ARM AArch64, which is 64-bit ARM, for systems like Pinebook Pro and so on to operate in full 64-bit mode. That's hopefully going to come real soon now. Technically, it should just work. It's just a matter of like getting it switch flipped. So right now we have mostly 32-bit ARM, but you could, of course, do a 64-bit ARM from scratch and be able to get Fedora KDE that way as well, because we do build all the packages for all of our architectures. So even Power, even mainframes, if you're so inclined, it's available for everything. Although I would be really interested in the use case for KDE on a mainframe. That'd be fun. Right, so that's Fedora KDE Spin itself, and let's talk a bit about the Fedora KDE SIG. So the Fedora KDE SIG started originally as a little outside project called KDE on Red Hat. It was started by Rex Dieter in 2003. Many of you may know of Rex Dieter. He actually gave a talk several years ago talking about the Fedora KDE spin when it was first introduced back in 2000, I think in, what was it, Akademy 2009-ish, I think. Forgive me if I got the year wrong, but I know it was a very long time ago. So KDE on Red Hat started through him, and like when the Fedora project started up and then started incorporating all of these external Red Hat oriented or Red Hat ecosystem projects into the main Fedora project, KDE on Red Hat merged into the Fedora project at around that time. The merge of Fedora Core and Extras brought that into into focus as the KDE SIG, and we were one of the first SIGs to be created. And in Fedora 7, along with the Core Extras merge, as it's been called, we also introduced live CD technology. And so Fedora GNOME, or the Fedora desktop, as well as the Fedora KDE spins were the first two to actually do this. And so we rolled out with KDE 3.5 in Fedora 7 in 2007. And we introduced KDE 4 a year later with Fedora 9. So today, we produce a KDE spin based on Plasma 5. We switched to Plasma 5 with Fedora 22 in 2015. Some special purpose variants, so these are called Fedora Labs in our ecosystem, are based on KDE. Formerly, we had a scientific spin that was based on it. Today, I believe the most notable one is Fedora Jam. We are in this mid-transition to a more active project management structure. We are starting to use a Pagure.io project for doing project tracking. And we are in the process of scheduling regular meetings in IRC. One thing that Fedora KDE does differently from virtually all the other variants in Fedora is that we update the desktop environment software. So Plasma, KDE, KF5, Qt, all of those get updated continuously throughout the latest Fedora release. So we wind up saying, like, maybe it'll a release launches with 5.14 or 5.15, and it'll get 5.16 and 5.17 and 5.18 and 5.19. And then when the next Fedora release comes out, then that chain starts forward. So we kind of maintain updated, fresh Plasma. Essentially, as the KDE project releases it, we pull it into Fedora and push it out. And so, like, right now, Fedora 32's on 5.18. It definitely didn't launch with 5.18. It will get 5.19 as soon as we're done packaging it up and pushing it out. And 5.20 will also be released for Fedora 32 along with Fedora 33. I didn't mention it in here, but we've also taken over providing KDE Plasma for Red Hat Enterprise Linux and CentOS custom users. Those folks get it through Fedora Extra Packages for Enterprise Linux, or EPEL, as it's called for short. And so for RHEL 8 and CentOS 8 users, they get the Plasma 5 experience. So next. And I guess I'll show a little bit of my desktop here, because who doesn't love seeing stuff? Share my screen, select window. There we go. So, this is obviously kind of boring. This is SDDM at the lock screen. And so here's my desktop environment. So this is Fedora 32 with Plasma 5.18. And as I said earlier, we've got Firefox here. This actually isn't exactly bone stock Fedora 32. I'm actually testing some user experience changes that have been suggested to the SIG and trying to see how things work. But you can see we've got applications and stuff. And this is otherwise pretty much stock. We've got our firewall there, DNF Dragora, and also system stuff here, system settings, and discover. And yeah, so we've got pretty much everything you would expect to see in the environment. It's nothing too exciting. And just to kind of show, DNF refresh. Wow. Upgrade. Ah, that's why. I'm clearly not doing. There we go. This is what I get for you know, not being so what is it, having all my marbles or whatever when it comes to this. So like we got updates for new Firefox, Podman, MariaDB and stuff. Like it's a pretty simple and usable experience in my view, and since that's, and also fairly quick, and also Delta RPMs, which is cool. I could talk on and on about like the kind of basic stuff. So it's it should be almost done there. Transaction test, and right, that'll take a little bit of time actually. While that is happening, also showing, I've also got some of the things that are kind of coming down the pipeline, which, oh, right, mount. So like my file system's on Btrfs and so on, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but you know, there you go. It's pretty much, you know, aside from, you know, it being Fedora, it's a pretty straight KDE experience. Stop sharing my screen, and so we're back to this. And you know, there we go. So as for what we're doing for the future, we're looking at Btrfs by default. As I showed, I've already got it running in my machine. I've been using it for 5 years now, and I've been pretty happy about that. So Fedora Workstation and Fedora KDE are driving the change for all the desktop variants of Fedora to switch to Btrfs. We are also planning on switching to Plasma Wayland by default for the next Fedora release. I actually submitted the change proposal yesterday, so we'll see it. It'll probably make news when it gets picked up onto the interwebs later. But yeah, so we're gonna pull that off, and I think that dovetails quite nicely from Aleix's talk just earlier, where he was talking about doing all this work to make you know, Plasma Wayland awesome. And I mean, frankly, one of my laptops runs Plasma with Wayland, and it works mostly fine, aside from one minor thing, which is weird and still trying to figure out. Everything generally works. We're also looking at paper cuts in the Fedora KDE experience. We've got some issues filed from some folks, and we're looking at those. But the other interesting thing that we're looking at is providing an immutable OS variant called Fedora Kinoite. So some people may be aware that in the past there was so not in the past, but like a few releases ago, Fedora made waves with this Fedora Silverblue variant, which is an immutable OS variant shipping the GNOME desktop. When that effort came to pass and we started having this, there was some work by members of our community to actually move to offering a version of this system with KDE. And we have the stuff needed to kind of make that. And like Silverblue, would be using RPM-OS tree for the base OS. And we'd start providing flat packs of KDE applications and such for applications and ship those into it, and have the Fedora toolbox environment to give you a more mutable shell to run things like developer tools, install command line utilities and stuff in a containerized environment. And all this effort is being tracked in the Fedora KDE SIG Packer project issue tracker. So if you've got ideas, feel free to like jump in there and help us out. So, you know, the big thing is that we are trying very hard to offer a solid experience. We're revitalizing our communications and our active development kind of stuff. And we've got our project issue tracker, and we've our mailing list and our IRC channel. I'm looking at setting up a matrix room and things like that. if you want to come and help us, come join us. We'd be happy to have more contributors onto this, and we have cookies and we give them out pretty freely. So yeah, any questions from the group? Unfortunately, I timed this for 30 minutes, and which means I made it about half as long as I normally did to leave room for questions and stuff. That seems to have possibly been a mistake. I don't know.
Thanks a lot for the talk. That was great to see so much enthusiasm. I think we have 1 or 2 questions in the notes. So yeah, first question. Do you think that if this spin or other Fedora spins become more popular in the future, would it be possible to support PowerPC 64LE?
Of course. I think the only reason we haven't done it is because nobody's ever asked for it. We build all the packages for Power, for System Z, for AR64, for 32-bit ARM. Every architecture that Fedora supports, we have Plasma software for it. So if you'd like us to offer PowerPC 64LE, please just file an issue on the SIG and let us know, and we can figure out getting that made. Like it's not that hard to add another ISO to be produced for those people. And I know that the Talos 2 workstation is starting to become a favorite of some folks. So I'm totally happy to see Fedora KDE on those systems.
Cool. Yeah, second question. If I remember correctly, Plasma is not provided as optional desktop environment when installing Fedora. Any plan on giving Plasma some love and proposing it by default as an alternative to GNOME?
So I think this comes with a little bit of a misunderstanding compared to how I feel like this is probably something inspired by like how OpenSUSE and Debian may actually be presenting the desktops. In Fedora, the primary deliverable for desktops is through live media images. And there we have the Workstation Edition, which ships GNOME. I am actually talking to the website's team about the idea of having Fedora KDE also be presented at the same level as the Workstation Edition. Some of the stats that Matthew Miller shared with us indicated that despite the second level marketing, like we're like below the top level fold, we are the most popular variant of Fedora outside of GNOME, and the most popular variant outside of the 3 editions combined, compared to all the other ones combined. So we're popular enough that it is worth giving some stronger promotion, and we are a release blocking variant. Like Fedora does not make a release unless both GNOME and KDE are fully functional and working. So it matters to us quite a lot. So that's something that I would love to see, and I think we're hopefully going to see as we look at redesigning the Fedora websites and the marketing material as the rebranding for the new Fedora logo and all that stuff starts coming down the pipeline, which, yes, that's a thing. Maybe it'll happen as soon as everything is figured out with trademarks and stuff.
Nice. So we have, even 4 more questions. That's great. Sure. So would it be possible to sync Fedora KDE releases with Plasma releases? No.
Plasma releases too frequently. So the problem with it is that Plasma releases somewhere between 3 to 4 months. I don't actually remember the exact cadence, but it's more frequently than Fedora does. We do try to line up Fedora releases to the latest available Plasma release. And our compromise here is that we actually push updated releases of Plasma as they release to the latest Fedora release. So, for example, most likely either 5.19 or 5.20, hopefully 5.20, will actually be in Fedora 33. When 5.21 comes out, we will also push it to Fedora 33. That is, we try to make the latest Plasma desktop available to the latest Fedora stable release, so that this slight out of sync nature doesn't hurt us too badly.
Yeah. All right, people like being on the bleeding edge. Do you think it's possible to have a repo with KDE packages from Git, like openSUSE Krypton?
Yeah, actually, yes. I think this would be a possibility. So it actually might even be easier than how it's done in openSUSE, which is a super convoluted process the last time I looked. Because Fedora's packaging is actually built in Git repos. So we have src.fedoraproject.org, which is where all of the packaging lives, and those are all Git repos. It'd be relatively straightforward to build some automation so that we can trivially take those packaging spec files, shimmy the latest Git commits or Git snapshots or whatever we want to do, and like put that together, make a nightly, weekly, monthly, something composed that produces a beta image or something with the latest KDE stuff. We also already do, I think it's monthly respins of Fedora KDE. So like whenever we do a rebase of KDE, that gets included in a monthly respin. Or is it weekly? I forget what the cadence is. But we do respins of all the media for all the variants on a fairly regular basis. And so updates get included through that as well.
Nice. Okay, and 2 more questions at the moment. Is there a plan to offer Fedora KDE to hardware providers?
I don't see, we don't currently have any plans per se, but that's also because I don't know how we would do it. Not that like I'm not interested or the SIG may not be interested in it, but I literally do not know what that process would be to work with a hardware with an IHV who makes computers to do that sort of thing. If someone wants to ship Fedora KDE on a laptop, like maybe the Slimbook folks want to do it for like another KDE community version or Tuxedo or whatever, like I really don't have a problem with that, and I think the rest of us would be fine with it as well. I think the main condition we would have is that we don't want installed versions to deviate too much from Fedora, the Fedora official image. I mean, this is what we're doing with Fedora Workstation with Lenovo. They don't deviate from our image much, if at all, aside from providing a few legal documents that they're required to ship onto hardware. And I think we basically want the same kind of arrangement. Maybe we could talk about some other customizations. I don't know. But that's basically where I would see it would go for that.
Nice, yeah. So last question for now. Is there a plan to make spins more visible on the website? So it says currently it's basically just one square surrounded by lots of others. So it's easy to miss it.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something we should look at for when we redo the website. So like a lot of the work that we want to do to rejigger the branding, the websites, the marketing has been kind of holed up in the new Fedora logo that is still undergoing the legal process of getting trademark, getting the validations, getting all the crossing the T's, dotting the I's. I think with that, we will probably also look at making spins and labs more prominent in some way. I don't know explicitly how we're going to do it, but I think that we are definitely going to have to look at making this more visible and more prominent, because it's unfair to the spins and the labs who put a lot of work into supporting their variants that they can't really get any users to see it unless they already know it's there, which is a horrible catch-22.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for the talk. Oh, in the chat there was some back and forth about ButterFS. I've been running it and been happy with it personally. You've been trying it? Yeah. So some people had bad experiences and burned their fingers. Some love it. Oh, well, I guess time will tell how that goes. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really fun.
Yeah, thank you. It was my pleasure.
Yeah, so applause in the chat. Yay. Thanks, Neal. All right. We're staying with our new updated schedule, 10 minutes behind. So we have about a 6-minute break now. Thank you so much. Yeah.
It was my pleasure. Thank you all.
Yeah, we'll slowly get set up here for the next round of presentations. So next up will be Volker in this room with Wikidata and OpenStreetMap. Aha. And in the other room, we have open source compliance with Katharina.
Ooh, sounds like fun.
So consider which session to join. Yep. 5 minutes to go, so we'll start prepping for the next round. Thank you all. Thanks so much for attending. All right. Enough? Yes, that looks very promising. Woohoo! Yep, Lydia, this one is on you. Hi, Volker. The beautiful picture frame. Take special note. Volker has the best framing. So far, you're muted. Yep, looks like it's working.
Default is muted here.
Yep,
yeah,
but very good.
Complicated.
Yep, complicated setup for the win with noise cancellation. It's perfect. Yeah, maybe we can have a talk about that some point. But right now, 3 more minutes until we learn about all kinds of data and smarter applications. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, let's see what we learn. Something about connecting to the real world, I fear.
And trying to squeeze the real world in some kind of data model.
Yeah. At least there is Wikidata. It's good to know that we have support for Wikidata also inside of KDE. Important project to actually be able to work with all the data out there, I guess. So that's really great. Yeah. Everybody take another 2 minutes of stretching. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Is everybody as tired of sitting as I am? So this would now be the time to make the audience get up and dance and stuff. Sadly, we can't see you, so it's kind of pointless. Otherwise, it would entertain me to no end. So I would propose everybody raise from your chair. Yeah. Do a bit of stretching, the arms above the head. Woohoo! Ah, and then we're well prepared for Volker's talk. So do some physical exercise every so often. I mean,
right now I fear for my sensitive cabling here.
All right, Volker's excuse. Everybody else, 1 round of Qt 4 dance. Yes. Is anyone up to do demoing that? Maybe we can give you video rights. I don't feel much like a dancer, but yeah. Okay, we have 2 minutes left. So the chat can slowly warm up, applauding. Volker, you get the usual 5 minutes questions. Is that okay, or would you rather have more talk time? So 20 minutes to...
I'm trying to stay within the 20 minutes, and I can't promise that.
Well, we know how to cut you off. No. We will try to balance it nicely so that we actually get something out of the talk, of course, and then that we hopefully have time for 1 or 2 questions. I think we got through all of the questions for Neal, which is really nice. So we can empty the question sheet, and yeah, please do keep on putting questions in the shared notes. That seems to work really nicely. Yeah. I do hope that we eventually get to a setup where everybody can ask the questions themselves, but it seems like the servers would just potentially fall apart. So for now, we're playing it a bit safe, having 1 or 2 persons talk at a time. So yeah, thank you all for participating here. Super awesome, exciting. Great to have you. Dear chat, time to wake up. Fire a bit up, Volker. He's been around since yesterday or the day before or a few more days. Great that you're active giving talks. Yes, the chat is starting now. That means we can also start the talk, I think. Woohoo! All right, Volker, the stage is yours. Thank you so much for presenting. Have fun.
Thank you, Frederick. Hello, everyone. Yeah, we are going to talk a bit about Wikidata and OpenStreetMap and how we can use that in our applications. Why do we care about that? When we think about applications, the first thing that for most of us probably comes to mind is code. But that's by far not enough to actually make the applications work and useful, right? A free media player only solves half of the problem as long as the audio and video files I want to play are stuck in some proprietary streaming service. A free software email client only solves part of the problem as long as the emails are hosted at Google. And a free software spell checker only solves half of the problem as long as the dictionary for my language isn't freely available. Right, and the last bit is an example for data we need for our applications to function properly. And we actually have a number of examples in KDE where applications rely on data. One of the obvious things to come to mind is probably Marble, which is basically just data, but there's a lot of cases where this is a lot more subtle. The metadata retrieval in media players come to mind. There is a number of places that do some form of coordinate to time zone or coordinate to country or region mapping for image viewers and for setting up the clock and stuff like that. And then, of course, there's the crazy stuff in things like KDE itinerary, and that's, of course, the reason why I looked into that entire topic. And if you haven't seen that, there we do stuff like checking if the power plug between your home country and the travel destination country are compatible, or if you have to bring a converter, and detect airport and stations mentioned in a travel document. So, of course, that is heavily relying on data as well. And there's probably many, many more examples all over KDE where this is the case. So where do we get that data from? Fortunately, there has been somewhat of positive change in the last 10 years or so, with open data becoming a thing in the same way as free software became a thing in the decade before that. And that results in organizations like government agencies or even bigger companies publishing relevant data sets. That, however, is often in a form that is fairly disconnected from each other, that doesn't use some kind of standard identifiers. So merging those individual data sets is quite some work and non-trivial. The formats are often fairly primitive, like CSV or spreadsheets. They use a varying amount of licenses. And often this data is de facto read-only. I mean, you find a typo in there, and then there's usually no process to get back to the government agency where this came from to tell them, here's the patch, please apply that. And then they need some kind of internal process to propagate that and eventually release a new data set. Which then results in you having to do all kinds of workarounds in your code for that. Fortunately, there is a much better way to work with this, and that's the 2 giant databases maintained by the Wikidata and by the OpenStreetMap communities. They basically aggregate an enormous amount of data from various different sources, provided from somebody else or obtained themselves, and collect that in unified databases with a unified format, unified interface, unified license, and in a way that is really easy to edit that and to change that. So we find a few typos in there, we fix that upstream, right? That's the easiest way for us to deal with that problem, and it benefits for everyone else as well. For itinerary, we were missing some special French and Belgian station identifiers in Wikidata, so we just edit them upstream. That avoids a whole lot of complication in our code, and that's possible if we use those systems. So a very brief overview on what's actually in Wikidata and OpenStreetMap. And I'm sorry, Lydia, if I'm butchering your work here a bit. I had to simplify this enough to squeeze it on 2 slides. So Wikidata aims at basically being the machine-readable form of Wikipedia. So that means a very, very broad scope. So any factual statement is basically in scope there. And that so far has resulted in 8 billion statements, about 100 million objects and counting. So this is very rapidly growing. And that is accompanied by another 60 million media assets, so images, logos, that kind of stuff. Technically, what this database contains are subject, predicate, object triples. So if you're old enough that you have been around in the KDE4 era, you might remember some of this from Nepomuk. And indeed, you'll find a number of similarities in here. So the subject is, that's items, which is basically just a numeric identifier prefixed with a capital Q. Then the predicate, that can be any of about 9,000 different properties, again, represented by a numerical identifier and prefixed by capital P. And that can be anything from very widely used and very generic things like instance of or creation time to something very niche and very specific like power plug type. And the object, that can be then primitive types like strings, numbers, dates, or references to media assets or other items. And those statements can be qualified, so we can specify, for example, in which time frame they were valid. So we can also model how things change over time. And then in Wikidata speak, as an example, something like Q1431, P31, Q2989352 obviously means KDE is a free software community. And then similar in OpenStreetMap, very similar size for that database. About 6 billion points in there, and 700 million lines and polygons of geometry that represents anything on Earth. The license for OSM is, we need to pay a tiny bit more attention to than for Wikidata's CC0. ODBL has share-like and attribution requirements. That is for the, well, somewhat comparable to the GPL we use in code. So easy for us to comply with in a free software world, but we actually have to take care of that. And then what's technically in here is 3 basic element types, nodes, ways, and relations. Nodes are points. So that's basically just a geographic coordinate and a 100 nanodegree resolution. Depending on your latitude, that is in the centimeter range. So you can even model like room scale objects in here. Ways are then ordered sequences of nodes. So that's what's used to build lines or simple polygons. And relations, that is used both for semantic groupings, like those 5 buildings belong to a campus, and for modeling complex polygons. So polygons that have holes in them and that you can't represent by a single way anymore. And then the part where this gets really interesting, each of those elements can be annotated by a large set of key value pairs. And that's what's actually adding the meaning to that geometry data. Because anything in here is described on a semantic level. So for a line, you won't find an annotation telling you render this 10 pixel wide in a black and white dash pattern on the map, but it will tell you instead this is a railway track, right? And then any visual display decides how that is rendered. That's not in the data. And the data in here goes far beyond what you would usually see visualized on a map. So imagine you're building like a digital assistant, and you have a query like, find me a pizza place within a 500-meter range from where I am right now, that I can enter with a wheelchair that offers vegan options, where I can pay with one of my credit cards, and which is near to a parking spot where I can charge my electrical car with a Type 2 connector. Right? The data to answer that is all in here. So it's incredibly detailed and can be used way beyond just rendering a map. And if any of those 2 databases aren't good enough on their own, they offer cross-referencing between OSM elements and Wikidata items in both directions. Okay, so how can we make use of that then in our applications? And there's basically 2 approaches to this. One is bundling the data we need with the application for offline use. And the other one is accessing some kind of online API. So for the bundling, that works if you have a reasonable amount of data and data that is fairly static. So that doesn't change with a high probability within a release cycle. And that actually applies to a surprising amount of use cases. Because since you're doing some offline preparation as a developer for the data you ship, you can actually put quite some effort into this to very efficiently pack it in a way that it needs very little space and can still be very efficiently accessed at runtime. So there's a lot you can squeeze in a few hundred kilobytes if you're not using XML or JSON. And then of course there remains the question on where do you get the data from as the developer. And for that, there's the online query APIs that we'll see in a second. There is, in some cases, derivative databases. So for example, there's the time zone shapefile. That's a just 120 megabyte in size extract with the exact vector borders for the time zones. That is generated from the full OSM data set. But it's of course a lot more efficient if you work with the small subset, if you find one that matches your use case. And otherwise, there's of course always the case to the possibility to work with the full data sets. I mean, 60 gigabytes of download is hard, but that's still manageable if you don't have another option. Then for the online access, generally there is 2 different types of APIs that you find in both Wikidata and OpenStreetMap. One is a simple single item access API that usually has a very fast response time in milliseconds. So Wikidata, for example, uses that to power its auto-completion. So that scales very well, but it's has a somewhat limited way of querying this. And for the second option, that's the complex query services using query languages like Sparkle, again, something you might remember from Nepomuk, or OverpassQL for OpenStreetMap. That little example I have here lists all the members of the KDE community as known by Wikidata. And those services come with very nice interactive tools to work with. And that already shows that they are much more focused on research and experiments and obtaining data for offline processing rather than for use from applications. And that's emphasized by the fact that if you're lucky, the response comes in within seconds, but even waiting minutes isn't unheard of. So definitely not something to use from within an application, but very useful to you as a developer. And then there's a number of kind of third-party services that are built on top of the Wikidata or OpenStreetMap datasets that might be usable for specific purposes. One of them is actually one that KDE hosts itself, and that's on maps.KDE.org, the backend for the vector maps in Marble. And we are currently working on updating that to ensure it has worldwide coverage and is typically not lagging behind the upstream data by more than 24 hours. And what this offers us is a very efficient way to retrieve basically raw OpenStreetMap data for a very small region, so a range of a few hundred meters, for example. And if you look at an area of that size, the full raw data is just a few kilobytes usually. So this gives us a very flexible and powerful mechanism for any kind of use case that you might come up with, as long as it has a very localized need of accessing data. And there's plenty of other services worth mentioning, like the routing or geocoding services offered around OpenStreetMap, for example. When we use online access from within the application, there's a few things to consider. Privacy is one of the obvious issues, because it becomes very, very easy here to leak high-resolution coordinates, so possibly the location where the user is right now or where the user lives, as well as specific interests or activities. If you remember the query example from earlier for the digital assistant, right? If you send that as is to the server, you leak the exact position where I live, as well as the very specific interest and specific constraints I have on what I'm searching for. If you, on the other hand, would run this against something like the maps.KDE.org interface, that already reduces the coordinate resolution to a few hundred meters, and it doesn't leak anything about what I'm actually looking for because it just gives me the entire data set. If that's good enough from a privacy point of view, I guess depends on what alternatives you have, right? So the offline approach will always win against that, but that's not always feasible, obviously. And then if you use somebody else's online access or online APIs, check the guidelines and rules for that, because some of this can cause quite some load on somebody else's server. Somebody has to pay for that, right? The Wikidata and OpenStreetMap are just communities like us as well. So it's always important to also keep in mind the cost on that side. Right, if you want to do anything like that in your application, I listed a few examples here in just covering code that I touched recently. There's probably more, like Marble comes to mind, where some of the things I mentioned are actually used or are done in some way. So that might give you some examples or inspiration on how this could be approached. So there's offline and online access for those kinds of data in there, and various forms of more or less elaborate local preprocessing. And yeah, with that, we are already coming to an end. So I hope that gave you some ideas on what's possible, and a bit of an overview on how we can approach using OpenStreetMap and Wikidata for our applications. And I also have a few questions where I'd be interested in feedback. For one, do you think it makes sense if we extract some of those building blocks or collect some of the building blocks for working with this kind of data in, say, a separate library or framework? And then do you have database features that would make sense in frameworks? And I have the suspicion that some of the coordinate-based lookup features to get time zones or countries or so on might be of a broader interest there. So that would be something I would be interested in discussing this week, for example. And yeah, I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talk. It's so fun to see Volker dive deeper and deeper into data and itinerary and transport. We do have currently 2 questions. The first one is there data with shop opening times?
Yes, I actually missed that in my query example. That is, of course, in the OpenStreetMap data. And that, again, is probably a topic for an entire talk and an entire framework. Because modeling opening times while considering local public holidays and various recurrent patterns and seasonal things, that's all done. They have all of that in there. It's a very, very detailed, comprehensive specification on the format. Writing an parser and interpreter for that is something we still need to do. I expect that to be similar in complexity like the ICAO recurrence handling. But yes, that's there, and it's extremely powerful in what you can model with it.
Wow. Okay, second question. Are you reusing data from Nominatim? No, Nominatim. Sorry for address lookup. You probably know what that is. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's the geocoder or reverse geocoder. I always mix up which one is reverse. That is one of the third-party services that come to mind for specific use cases with geographic data, so for geocoding. We are currently not doing geocoding in itinerary yet, but we will need that at some point. If you get a hotel reservation with just the address, right, we need to know where that actually is in order to plan a way to get there, to know and to complete all the missing bits on which country is this in, which time zone is this in, and so on. So that is important to have. I am not sure it's possible to do that offline, seeing that this was added to the question. I suspect the database behind that to be in the multi-gigabyte range, so that is not something you want to deploy on a mobile phone. That is typically something that is only realistically solvable by an online service, I think.
All right. Yeah, great discussion in the chat. How do I find the way from my work desk to my bed and stuff like that? Not sure if are you solving that?
We are working on that, not necessarily for the bed to desk scenario, but I mean, one of the reasons why I'm finding myself digging deeper and deeper into OpenStreetMap is we are looking into indoor maps for big train stations and airports, and I'm doing sort of navigation in there. So what is the most efficient way to switch between your trains if you're in a hurry in stations like Berlin Hauptbahnhof, where you have like 8 floors and only one working elevator, and right, so there's but ultimately, if you can model that in OpenStreetMap and work with it, if you add your bedroom and your office to the OpenStreetMap data, it should work there as well. So
nice. All right, then I guess we are out of official questions there. One question from my side, accessibility. I still care about that. Wheelchair accessible data, blind navigation lanes and so on. I guess there's a lot of data for that as well.
There's I've only scratched the surface for that, but there is a huge amount of text on that subject for wheelchair access. There's a complete model for toilets and restrooms. There's tactile paving and tactile signs and information about that. And probably more that I haven't found yet or don't even understand. So there seems to be a large sub-community with an accessibility interest involved there.
Yeah.
There's things like RealMap that is based on top of OSM, and they also have APIs for the life status of elevators and that kind of stuff. So there's people looking specifically at those topics, and of course it would be interesting for us to leverage that as well.
Super awesome. Thank you so much. Exciting project. Maybe we'll be traveling one day again. All right. In the meantime, we'll have online company. Okay, we'll set up for the next talk. Thanks again, Volker. I don't see much applause in the chat yet. Come on, people. That's missing. Yes. Looking better. All right. Yeah, what's outside? Well, I hope everybody every so often goes for a walk in the forest streets or whatever you have available. Nice. Ooh, now it's boiling over. So it seems like your talk was appreciated. All right. We are moving on, getting ready for the next talk in, only 3 minutes. Time to get ready. Next generation application management, C groups and similar. I believe I have recently seen a blog post. So, David, where are you? Oh, this list of participants is just so long. Here, I found you. So, David and Henry will present. David, I'm giving you rights right now, so hopefully that works. And you will have to click the mic button, but I think you have that figured out already potentially. Henry, I'll try to do the same for you. Yeah. All right, Henry, you should also now have the rights. So both of you can try to switch on the webcam if you have any. And for the audio, you will have to press the headphone button once, and then you will leave the audio and then you rejoin with microphone. So David is getting there. Awesome. Henry also. Nice. Very good. Yes, please do a quick audio test. Not yet. I cannot hear you.
Hello, and
Yes.
I have presentations. I'm on top of this. Boom.
Super awesome. Hello, good evening, both of you.
Cool, just do my hair.
Woo. Yes, perfect. So we have half a minute before you two can start. Exciting to learn more about a bit lower level Linux features, or I don't know how Linux see that really as C groups, I guess. Yeah, maybe I'll figure it out. All right. So, dear chat, you need to warm up. Where's the applause for the two? Oh, there's a bit of that. Okay, I think you have permission to start then also. We'll give you around 20 minutes or so and then take some questions.
Yeah, 2025. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thanks for joining. Have fun, you two.
Okay, so welcome to our talk, Next Generation Resource Management. I'm David Edmundson, and I don't know how to go to the next slide. There we go. I'm David Edmundson. I work for Blue Systems.
And I'm Henri. I work for a software consulting company based in Paris called Enyoka. I'm a longtime KDE user and also a new developer.
So we'll start with the problem. A job of a desktop environment is to get you, the user, to your applications. You need to launch them, we need to show them, and in general, you need to be in control of them. So if we look at how you manage your running processes and your applications, what used to happen a few years ago, 5 years ago, you'd open your Firefox, you'd go to Dig and MySpace, you'd open your Instant Messenger, Competitor, and you'd run PS and you would see Firefox and you would see Competitor, and it's fairly self-explanatory. You could teach it to computer science students. Now the situation is very different. You open Firefox, you run Discord in a Flatpak because that's cool now. And Discord in a Flatpak is 13 processes. This list here is truncated because I couldn't put list view in a PDF. It's insane. It's basically unreadable to me, particularly if you don't have this parent tree relationship, which you don't always have. And they're just random names doing random things. So understanding is difficult. But also anything that tries to aggregate resource stats, like how much CPU time has this application used while the application has been open, or how much battery has been used by this application, it's not less just because the application has split it up. We need to track this properly. Numbers are so meaningless, you could write it on the side of a bus. It doesn't mean anything. So we need some metadata. The other problem we have is we want to make something that's fair. As I mentioned before, Discord in the Flatpak has 13 processes. Krita, Advanced Graphical Application, is one. Krita is obviously going to be using your CPU because it's an intense graphical application doing clever things. Discord is going to be using your CPU because it's written in Electron. So how are you going to divide this fairly? A scheduler has even less information. It's just going to see 14 opaque processes. No idea what they are or what they really correspond to. We need some metadata. And not just any metadata. Metadata propagates all the way down through your system level so it's available to schedulers and so forth. Another problem we have, one with Plasma's jobs, is to try and map everything that's going on your system together. So you open something in your start menu, we have a desktop file with an icon and a name. And then later a window appears and it tells us what the name it thinks it is. And we hope that they have some sort of resemblance in common and we can match it up. And very often applications just write any garbage in their window properties. It's difficult to match. We're full of hacks and heuristics to just guess. And we don't like guessing. Also, because everything's multi-process, if you look at your task manager right now, you'll see Firefox, you'll see a little audio icon, which is very clever. But that little audio icon isn't actually in the same process as a process which owns a Firefox window. We're having to grab this 2 bits of information, guess, and smash them together. And we're not always right on here. It's a complete arbitrary guessing game. We need some metadata. And the smarter people among you might have spotted a theme going on so far.
So the interesting and the good news is that it's essentially a solved problem. So some of you have probably heard of control groups, also called cgroups. They are a kernel feature that's been introduced in 2007. So, next slide. So it's essentially a partition over the process space that also has a hierarchical structure, meaning it's a way to categorize processes inside of groups that have a tree structure. The cgroups have originally been designed for servers, and they have also seen a lot of usage in container runtimes. So once you've got these groups, you can attach controllers to them. But what exactly are those controllers? So there are three main ones. The CPU one that affects CPU usage, the memory one that affects memory, the I/O which affects disk I/O, and they do three basic functions on these resources. One of them is limiting the overall usage of a resource. It can also influence scheduling, and also it does accounting, meaning you can actually know at a application level how much your application is using CPU, and that also translates to things like power and battery usage. So another feature that you can get out of cgroups is a finer control of the out-of-memory policy. Regarding the I/O controller, it's currently difficult to use for desktop because it was initially meant for servers with a pretty well-defined storage configuration. So this one doesn't quite work out of the box yet. So the way that cgroups can influence scheduling is through weights. These are defined relative to siblings inside of the tree. So the CPU weight strategy is more interesting and more powerful than what NICE does, which is the old API for defining priorities for CPU usage. Because so it's more powerful because you can not only have weights that make the priority go down, but also go up. And also, of course, it's more powerful because it's at a control group level instead of a simple process level. And also, it has this recursive nature, which makes it much more powerful. So technically, the cgroup API can be controlled through a simple file system interface that is inside of sysfs. But soon enough, you're going to need a central daemon to manage the creation and attaching processes to those cgroups. And the good news is that systemd has actually been supporting cgroups since forever. And actually, every systemd unit that systemd launches is inside of its own cgroup. It has been for a long time. Also, systemd is capable of delegating management of the control group tree to your user through its systemd instance, which is basically just a second systemd that is running as your user. And conveniently, systemd also has a dbus interface, which you can use from user space, which means you can control resources and from any application that is running as your user. Also, systemd solves the problem of configuration through several levels, either at the system or a distribution level, and also you can define configuration at the user level. So this is what a typical systemd cgroup tree looks like, and you can try this at home right now using this simple systemd -cgls command. So here you can see what are called slices and services, and also you can see the systemd user instance, which is the user at 1000.service. So cgroups have been redesigned completely in 2015 with the new cgroups v2 API, and it solved a lot of architectural issues that they had with the previous API. And what you need to know about it is that currently all modern distributions actually expose the new API through what is called the hybrid hierarchy. But inside, they are still using the cgroup v1 API, just exposing the new hierarchy. So in practice, this means that systemd is not always capable of it's always capable of doing the grouping at a user level, but currently most distributions, except Fedora, can't actually apply controllers at the user level. And also the previous slide. Yeah, the previous, yeah. So cgroups v2 has a constraint where the inner nodes of the tree can't contain processes. This is to make accounting simpler for the kernel. And the new API also introduced once a cgroup has other cgroups as children, you can't attach processes directly to it. And these inner nodes are called slices in the systemd, and they can also have drop-ins, meaning you can also define configuration ahead of time for whole categories of applications. So the question is, how do you actually leverage systemd to manage cgroups for when you're launching a new app that you haven't defined ahead of time? And actually, systemd allows you to define units at runtime, meaning and there are two ways to do this. One is the simpler one called scopes, in which you launch the process as usual, and then you ask systemd to tag it to a cgroup. And the second version is services, which are basically like your typical daemon services, only they are defined at runtime. And in that mode, systemd is doing the actual launching and basically manages the entire lifetime of the application. Are you still muted? Muted.
Yeah, thank you. So what have we done so far, the current rollout? So Plasma 5.19 has every application spawning inside its own cgroup. And most of this is a tiny piece of code in Kio, in the method that David Four talked about this morning, application launch job, command line launch job. But we needed a lot of effort to go through all of this KDE code and make sure we were all using a unified way of launching new applications. And that's something that had become quite fragmented over the last 20 years. So it was worth unifying anyway. And we found dozens of edge cases. I'm sure we might still find a few more where we had to identify these and fix them up. So the goal is to do everything safely. We don't want to have any regressions because we're introducing a fairly sizable new change into how we run things on Linux. So the deployment strategy is we start using the cgroups, and because we're deploying things as scopes, we're launching exactly the same way as before. We're just tagging it afterwards, saying this thing we've just launched is part of this group. And here's some metadata about that group with the name of the .desktop file. So we start doing that, we can check it's all working, and only then, when we know everything's working correctly, we can start making more use of this metadata. So what does that mean? Well, the Linux task scheduler starts using it already. As soon as we've got it in a C group, the task scheduler can make use of it. We've got some patches on review for your task manager and that sound icon and various parts that we mentioned earlier. But also, libksysguard and ksysguard can start surfacing this information to your user. So we look at ksysguard now, and this is a rewrite that Arjen is doing, and it's a good place to introduce this new feature. We present the exact same information. You can find all of the same information as before. It's just drilled down in a more convenient way. You've got your application name, as you would expect to see it in your task manager. And inside, you've still got that list of processes, but the aggregation is more reliable than just the guesswork that we could rely on before. And KDE, even though KDE is great, Plasma doing it on its own isn't really going to get that far. But what we found out was we started going down this path, and then we started talking to GNOME, and they had very similar problems. They really wanted to focus on the killing, out-of-memory killing, and making sure that was prioritized, weighted, with different metadata attached. So they started wanting to do the same thing. And it all came together, and we started unifying on a way of tagging the .desktop files, the application name to your C group names, and we came up with a set of different slices that programs and services are going to be running in. So we met up at FOSDEM, met some systemd folks, some kernel folks, GNOME folks obviously, and had a meeting on this. And there's work going on the free desktop mailing list and so forth, with links at the end of where all this upstream work is happening. So it's going to be universal. And I've talked about how it solves problems, but then we can go to the next step of start adding features on top. I said we've got fair resource distribution. Well, now we can make unfair resource distribution. So what do I mean by that? We can statically assign some weights to various services and programs. So there's going to be 3 default slices which will be set up. The session, which will contain KWin and Plasma Shell and things that you don't want to be killed, things that you don't want to freeze or start up, particularly on Wayland, where KWin is doing some very important jobs. The application slices, which will be competing for CPU and memory only within this one slice. And then the background services, where we can just dump everything which still needs to run, but maybe doesn't need to have as much priority as some of the other things that are happening. And then we can apply limits, which can take us further, and they can be done by application, the distro, or the user. So we can have it so we limit file indexes to only ever take 10% of the CPU status. We can set some various out-of-memory stats, and we can stop fault bombs from happening.
And we can also change resource allocation based on runtime information. So for instance, we can prioritize the currently focused application inside KWin or any window manager. So working towards that goal, I started a small library. Next slide. That just simply wraps the systemd dbus API to expose resource control for all your currently running apps. And this is done in a way that is friendly to KDE applications, and actually is also fully asynchronous, and it can be used easily from QML. So, well, you're welcome, of course, to have a look at it and just start hacking on it if you're interested. And well, the library also includes a small demo app that is doing that, meaning it's talking to your window manager to determine the currently focused application, and it just gives it a high CPU weight. So you can also watch a demo of this at the link at the end of the presentation. This is a screenshot of it. So one of the things that we are working on is trying to move to systemd services rather than scopes. That way, the entire process lifetime is managed by systemd. And for our efforts, we get improved logging. We also get some extra configuration that can be done with scopes. Also, it fixes a bug with systemd for older versions. before 238, where you basically could not group applications in scopes. So services will fix that. So we actually already have an implementation for this ready. It's currently hidden behind a flag, but we did run into some issues with systemd limitations, so which would make the experience not as good as with codes. So also more work is needed to get the crash handling to work nicely with Dr. Conky.
We've talked about getting applications into your own scopes, your own managed and services so you're managed correctly. But one of the other tasks we've been doing is managing the rest of Plasma. So all of Plasma's core parts and the background services. And we could just tag them in the relevant C group, but it's something we wanted anyway of having an entire Plasma session managed by systemd units. So we get all of this resource management that we've talked about. We get the good logging where you can actually find out the logs from that one process in a really queryable way. But also it provides that familiar experience for sysadmins. It's something that was requested by the Munich folk back when they were doing their distribution, because they already have to learn all of this stuff for your system, and then they get to Plasma, they want to do some various tweaks, mods, modifications throughout of our services, and we don't want them to have to learn another new layer on top when we can just provide this fairly seamless experience. So the goal is to do a seamless regression plot. It's going to come in optional, hidden, and then get some more users. And we've made a lot of effort to make sure we get every single feature that used to work working exactly the same as before. So .desktop files in your AutoStart folders, thanks to some work by Benjamin Berger from GNOME, they get converted into systemd units magically. And all of the details, attention to details with environment variables and such, should just work. That's the goal. So we've got some further reading. I'm being told time is up. So I'm going to copy this into your notes and get on with some Q&A.
Thank you so much. I hope there's some applause on the chat. And yeah, you actually have a few nice questions. So let's have a look at what we have there. Thanks for the talk again. So somebody's asking for slide number 21.
Yeah, we'll leave that open while...
Excellent. So yeah, lots more questions. It's interesting that all this requires changing the code paths via which things are launched. Is there no way to enforce mandatory grouping regardless of launch method? Or is it that groups are managed entirely from user space?
Because we want to do everything without any sort of privileged escalation, the person mentioning this possibly knows there is actually a way to automatically put things in C groups, but it doesn't quite work in a way that's suitable for a desktop. I want to focus on these other questions, but we can sort of go back to that. It's just not quite, because you've got all these extra arguments and such, and started by these environments, it's more complicated.
Yeah, chat during Academy. Okay. Why is this fancy view on my Plasma master build?
If you use cases, again, I'll add a link in the shared note in the chat. There's a repository. If you look in the Plasma mailing list for an email from Ian about Plasma KSysGuard, you'll see this, and you can just compile it with your KDE source build and start running this.
All right, and you're informing the new UI isn't called KSysGuard. Nice.
Yes, Plasma-system monitor.
All right. So from your blog, so David's, could you elaborate on how us users can help with this?
Sure. So if you run systemd-cgls, which is mentioned on one of these slides, you will see a tree. And what you should see is app.slice, and you should see app and then a name which corresponds to your desktop file, and then things you would expect to see in here. If you see a bunch of stuff inside session.scope, things aren't working. And that could mean some things which are pending. We've got a couple of the background services aren't quite done yet. dbus.services upstream, but that's going to move into background slice when they merge a patch. But yeah, look for this output. If something looks horribly wrong, it's worth looking at. We know what's wrong. How is the system meant to know what's wrong? And just an arbitrary number isn't enough. Is it metadata we have allows us to put all sorts of interesting things in there.
Cool. All right, we are running really short on time now. We can maybe try to do a bit more. Foreground booster, is that something the Wayland compositor could do by default? And what about evil apps boosting themselves using Dbus API?
I mean, it should work with Wayland. We've got it standalone just so it, just for convenience, for your rollout. There's no need for it to be in Quinn. And technically, any evil app that isn't sandboxed could, but hopefully we're moving more towards sandboxing.
All right. So then there's one question that doesn't...
I'm just going to ask the question 10 quickly, sorry. Just to interrupt. There's a question about BSD. Obviously, what we're doing is adding things on top. And in terms of all the cgroup stuff, we're adding stuff on top. We're not taking anything away. So that exists. And with regards to startup, we've done so much refactoring on startup to get to this point that we've completely sped it up for everybody. I mean, I've been refactoring KSM server for about 3 years, doing a tiny bit, have a release, tiny bit, have a release, to make sure we didn't break anything. And I think everybody has benefited from that, even if you're not going to use this. Sorry, I've been talking, Henri, if you wanted to add anything.
No, it's fine.
All right, I think then we are wrapping up. We can. Oh, there's one last question. Maybe Plasma Mobile and phones. Do you see advantages there?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
And one thing.
As for us,
actually, one of the interest of doing this foreground booster stuff is mainly for mobile.
All right. Thank you so much. Then we're really out of time. We're being kicked off the stage. Thank you for your presentation. Everybody ask more questions in the chat and applaud. And yeah, we are getting ready for the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yep. Next up, we have API design and QML in this room. That is with C Black. And system settings behind the scenes in room 2 with Benjamin Port. Oh, hard choice. All right. Are we getting set up? Yes, Carson, you have the presenter. Please click the headset icon to leave the audio and then rejoin. Okay, doesn't quite seem to be working yet. Lydia's getting ready to announce you. Carson, try maybe clicking that button again. It tells you that you will be leaving the audio. That is the right thing to do. And then you try clicking it again, and hopefully you pop back in with audio. But I see you're typing something. That's awesome. Let's see. All right, so hopefully everything is working. You can also just... Okay. Yep. So we are waiting for Carson to rejoin, and that'll be fine. Just like when you have presentation on stage, obviously it's not trivial to hand over to the next speaker. In the meantime, Lydia, how are you doing? Are you ready to moderate?
Of course.
Awesome.
Just Carson to come back.
Okay, so what else is in store for Akademy? Tonight we have 3 more presentations in total. Next two you have to decide between, and then of course tomorrow is Monday, where the real work starts. Many people will be meeting up in BOFs. So we hope that Carson is back. Let's see. Yeah, and then let's give you all the rights. So hopefully it works. Plug and pray. Yep. Well, it looks promising. Maybe. Yeah. Now you have the right icon. Now you just need to unmute yourself. Awesome. So I hope everything works. Carson, looks like you're all set up. You just need to hit the button one more time and maybe start your video. And then good luck for the presentation.
Perfect. Then I would like to welcome Carson on stage to talk to us about API design and QML and all the things you need to know about it. The stage is yours, Carson. You're still muted, Carson.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so let's see. I'll be giving a talk on API design and QML. So let's see. In this presentation, I'm going to go over what I consider to be the main types of QML APIs, the visual component APIs, the non-visual APIs that you can build with QML, as well as the general API guidelines for QML, and the design process that I personally use, and an example of me using that design process to build an API. So, whoop, hold on. Let's see. Hold on a second. Oops. Okay. So let's see if you're watching this presentation. I would hope that you already know what QML is like. So you have the basic declarative syntax where you specify an object and you specify its properties and functions on it, as well as signals to react to other things. So let's see. Like QML is generally like about the exchange of data between the declarative QML side and the imperative C++ side, or if you're using another language like a Python or Go, your imperative side of the code can also be built with that. So I generally consider there to be two main types of QML APIs. Let's see, the first is what I would like to term elements, which are the visual components that you can see in QD-Quick applications. And then let's see, there's also what I would like to term processors, or utility, data processing components, or anything else that doesn't show anything visible on the screen. So let's see, hold on a second. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. So there are generally two main types of visual components. So let's see. The first type is what I would like to call leaves, or these are generally the endnodes in the tree of items in your QML programs. You generally don't put other elements inside these elements. These are your controls like buttons, checkboxes, and etc. Let's see. You also have the branches that are components that are generally used for putting other components in, such as the layouts and other miscellaneous components like the Kardarakos page pool and let's see. So first I'll cover some specific considerations for designing leaves. Like since the leaves in your public QML APIs are most likely going to be controls, let's see, like it's generally a good practice to either inherit from the control type found in Qt components 2 or the abstract button type if your element is for clicking. So let's see. Let's see, users of controls expect that controls should have appropriate sizing set automatically based on the input of the properties that you use in the APIs. So let's see, like sizing is generally exposed to the implicit and width and height properties. Let's see, like what you do not want to do when creating a digital control is to expose bias to the width and height properties, as layouts often change these. Okay. Let's see, as the width and height are often changed by external layouts, let's see, the content and its padding should dictate the implicit width and height of the control. Like in 99% of cases, the background of the control should be subservient to its size and shouldn't really affect the size of the control. Let's see. Let's see, your control should be able to handle whatever a developer throws at it without looking broken, even if it does look a little bit weird. You should also be mindful of options that inheriting from another type ring to the public API. For example, if you inherit from the abstract button type, your control should be able to handle all the clicking and the checkable types of the button. Let's see, and then on the other side of things, you have what I call the branch controls. So these are generally APIs that are used for managing other components, like the layout, such as the column layout, which arranges items in the column, or components that manage construction and destruction of other components, like repeaters or the Kardarakos page router. Let's see, branch components can also make use of attached properties for exposing additional APIs, like, for example, layouts use the layout attached property to expose stuff like a preferred height and width, as well as whether you want to fill height or width or not. Let's see. For layouts, it's expected that you set a sensible default property so that the user of your API can simply put the items inside the parent item in their program source code instead of needing to explicitly specify a general property. Let's see, like, if you're building a layout and the layout has a special role such as a header or footer, you should generally expose these as their own properties. Let's see, for specific purpose APIs where you're building both the components and where you're building both parent components and the components that go inside them, you should generally take care to make sure that these components look like they are made to go together. Let's see, like, generally this means like these things should be named and let's see, and things that affect each other should look like they affect each other. Let's see. You can also use attached properties to communicate information between the children items and the parent items. Let's see, and that's all I have to say about the visual APIs, but there's also a lot more besides visual APIs in the QML world. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let's see, on the other side of the APIs that you can build with QML are the non-visual ones. Let's see, like for example, this is the QBS build system on this slide here. Let's see, like when you're building a non-visual API, it's generally extremely important to know your target audience, more so than when you're building like a API with visual components or Qt quick. So let's see, like talking about QBS, like while having a purely declarative build system would be nice, it's pretty impractical for real world usage. Like this knowledge of the target audience is why QBS abandons the QBS build system abandons the purely declarative side of QML and gives the JavaScript engine a lot more tools than the QML engine and Qt quick does, such as exposing the require statement and expanding the JavaScript primitives to support linked default and build systems, such as convenient methods on the array and string prototypes. Let's see. Not common in Qt quick, but used fairly prevalently in QBS is what I would like to call the annotation pattern. The annotation pattern is an extension of how attached properties are used in Qt quick, but it allows it to be more specific and encode more information used in the hierarchy. Let's see. This pattern lets individual elements take two forms, a plain unannotated form and a larger annotated form by moving out and out to its own item. The unannotated form of an item has sensible defaults, while the annotated form of an item allows the user to specify more information about an element, such as flagging it with tags or making its application on other parts of the script depend on a condition. Let's see. The annotation pattern also includes using attached properties on larger form items to provide extra information. Let's see. But besides that, there's not much else specific to non-visual QML APIs. It's mostly the same concepts that you see in general API design. And speaking of that, there's this one quote that I really like to keep in mind when designing APIs. And it's, let's see, this quote is from Rob Pike. Design the architecture, name the components, and document the details. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let's see. When designing the high-level architecture of your API, you want to think about the big picture of your API. What do you want the end result to look like? Think about how the parent components in your API interact with their child components and vice versa. What actions are the parent components are going to take on the children components? What are the children going to tell the parent about? Let's see. What do you want to expose the developers using your API? And then after you've designed your high-level API, you want to think about what you want to name your things. When you're browsing a foreign code base, the names of items and properties are going to tell the reader how everything in the program fits together. If your names are obscure and hard to understand, readers of programs that use your API are going to have a hard time understanding how everything fits together, and developers using your APIs are going to have trouble recalling what elements they should use to fix their problems. Like components should have short names, but not names so short that it obscures their meaning. And on the other end, long names are cumbersome to type out and remember when you're writing code. A good naming convention to follow is either a single noun, such as button, or spinner, or input. Let's see. Or you can do like a noun and a verb. For example, let's see, the page router manages pages by routing them. Or you can use two nouns together to form your component name, such as the Kirigami page pool or the tool button. Let's see. For components with variants, for example, list items using a single adjective is often used to distinguish between them. Let's see, like, for example, you'd have a baseline list item, and then if you wanted a list item to be expandable, you would have that be an expandable list item, and so on. It's like a common mistake is given the base component of a set an adjective such as basic or simple. This is redundant information that makes the name less concise, and it makes it harder to notice which components are subtypes of other components. Let's see. Let's see, and finally, like, no good API is complete without good documentation. While a good architecture and names are important for developers to be able to intuit your API, they're not a substitute for documentation. Like, documentation should first give a description of every type, and then after you've filled out a description for every type, you want to describe their methods, properties, signals, and other things. And then after you've written the explanations of everything, you should generally add small, concise examples that show specific parts of your API. Let's see. When writing documentation, do not forget that comments are also documentation. Nobody likes to read dense 1,000-line files with nary a comment to help them. Let's see. Let's see. That's all the talk, but it's time to explain how I apply this to designing something. So let's see. Every tool generally has a purpose and it aims to solve a problem. Let's see, for the Kirigami page router API that I designed, let's see, like the main reason why I built this was because I noticed that state management and page navigation is like all over the place. So let's see, like, our most complex applications navigation-wise tend to hold their own solutions for navigation. For example, a Discover uses a JavaScript file with custom navigation functions for all of its needs. Like, even simpler applications like Elisa tend to do a lot of custom stuff in regards to navigation, and especially in communicating data between different parts of the application. Like, simplifying this navigation and state management is like the problem that I wanted the page router API design to fix. So let's see, like, before getting into designing the API, I first wanted to see what approaches other UI frameworks use to building navigation and routing. Prior art is extremely important in making sure that you design something recognizable and not totally foreign to developers. After browsing through and poking with a lot of UI frameworks, I found that I liked React's and Flutter's navigation APIs the best, so I took most inspiration from them, as well as combining them with QML-specific items like attached properties and the ability to build domain-specific language-esque APIs. This is where the first step of API design comes in, designing the architecture. Let's see. For the page router, I wanted to avoid applications having to avoid their own custom navigation solution and having to manually move exposed variables up the tree. So, like, this influenced the main architecture of the API. The controller object responsible for navigation, managing pages, moving data between them. Let's see. Attached properties are used a lot in the page router's API to move data between them, and so between deeply nested trees of components. And then after I designed the high-level approach of the API, let's see, I needed to name the components. Since Kirigami already has components like the page and the page pool, I named the components after them. The manager object here is called the page router, and the specification for page is called a page route. Let's see. Additionally, I named the navigation functions like as a bit of a mix of stack-based, such as like an array, and browser navigation, such as navigating to a specific link. So the methods are namespaces such as push route from here, pop route, navigate to route, etc. I chose this naming to make sure that it was apparent what the components do and what their interactions with each other result in the application. And then after I designed and implemented the architecture in this component, let's see, documentation was the last thing to do. Let's see, since the page router is pretty different from how navigation is usually handled, I emphasized explaining the how the high-level architecture works before explaining the individual details. I provided diagrams in the documentation to help developers visualize how things are arranged in applications when they're using the page router API. Let's see, and that's the process that I used for designing the page router API. I hope that was enlightening. Let's see. Do we have any questions that need answering? Let's see.
Thank you very much, Carson. To the people who have been listening, do you have questions for Carson? Clapping in the chat. All right. If there are no questions, then thank you so much. And we will be back in a few minutes with our keynote for today. Thank you very much, Carson. All right, and we are back. And for today, we are closing with a keynote by Nuritzi Sanchez, who is a fellow open source leader and who will talk to us about open source resilience and growth. Nuritzi, over to you.
Okay, hello everybody. First, I guess sound check. Can you all hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. All
Okay,
good.
perfect. And as I mentioned in the public chat, I'm going to be focused on the presentation, so I'll take a look at what you all are writing afterwards. And if you have any questions along the way, feel free to put those in the shared notes section so I address them afterwards. So with that, welcome to my speech. Thanks for joining me today. I'm going to be talking about open source resilience and growth, basically how to create communities that thrive. And hold on, let me make sure I go to the next slide. Before diving into the talk, okay, sorry, there's a lag for me. I wanted to introduce myself in case you don't already know me. My name is Nuritzi Sanchez, and I am a senior open source program manager at GitLab. I joined there in February. And before that, I was actually one of the founding team members at Endless, which is a company that created a Linux-based operating system for users with little to no access to internet. And that's how I got introduced to free and open source software, and how I got introduced actually to the GNOME community, and ended up contributing more to that, and am a former president and chairperson at the GNOME Foundation. And I also wanted to include a little bit about my academic background, since I don't know if it's as common to find in free and open source software. I studied international relations and psychology in undergraduate, and that's the lens through which I see the world. All right, so in this talk, I'm going to be covering a few different topics. The first half of this presentation is going to be about resilience and growth and some opportunities that I see for the KDE Foundation and really all open source software projects. And then the second half of this presentation is going to be about collaborative communication, because I think it's really a really important skill to build. Okay, so resilience and growth, basically this year has been really tough, and it's included us all, our personal lives, our professional lives, and our open source communities. There has been a pandemic, there have been wildfires, there have been issues with racial and social justice. We've had to change our perspective, and there's been, through the Black Lives Matter, fight through lots of issues that are being surfaced in all areas of our personal and professional life, and there's mass unemployment. And in our open source organizations, there's the lack of in-person events has really changed things for us. It means that we haven't had as many hackathons or sprints that are vital to the progress of our projects. And our human connection aspect has somewhat suffered, and that it's been great to be part of this virtual conference, and chatting is really fun. I've seen, some really funny conversations happen, but it would be a whole other level to meet you all in person. And so what I wanted to talk about is just resilience. It means the ability to bounce back. And when looking through the American Psychological Association's website, I found this framework that they have about resilience and how you have to take time and really be intentional about building each of these four focus areas, which are meaning, wellness, healthy thinking, and connection. And so I wanted to take this lens and apply it to the KDE community and open source communities in general. So really see what kind of opportunities we have in each of these focus areas. And before I move on, I just wanted to see if you all are having problems with latency in my talk slides because I'm getting quite a bit of lag. Looking at the public chat?
It seems good.
It seems okay? Okay, great. So I'll keep going. All right, and please forgive me if you hear me pause for a little bit because I see a blank slide. Okay, so the first focus area is meaning. And for that, it's really about helping your community understand why it is that we're all here. And to that effect, I think the KDE does a really good job, has a very clear and powerful vision, clearly stated on a web page. It says that KDE imagines a world in which everyone has control over their digital life and enjoys freedom and privacy. And they also have a mission statement where it provides in-depth information on how to actually achieve that vision statement. And so I think that is a fantastic start. And I think that there's an opportunity to keep bringing that meaning to more people. And so I see an opportunity around building the brand, the marketing, and doing more outreach to the community. And I love this quote by Robert McKee that really says that storytelling is the most powerful way to put ideas into the world today. And I think that early on, a lot of FOSS projects started off with really strong developer communities. And we've started to see the importance of building out other aspects, bringing in other skill sets. And I'd like to encourage KDE and us all to keep moving in that direction. I think it's awesome that they've employed contractors to help with brand and marketing and community. This event is being run by incredible organizers, some of which are paid staff. And I think that that's a really great way to ensure that the project is resilient and continues to grow. The next focus area is wellness. And when I think of wellness in the open source sense, I think about measuring the health of the community. And at the GNOME Foundation, I know that we haven't done a lot of data collection, partly because of privacy concerns. And I think that KDE is similar, where it's either, there were real concerns to be and challenges that we face. And then part of it is just like, maybe we don't have the skill set or expertise to really put this in place. And so I think that this is an area where we can all grow, is because people want to understand the projects that they're engaged with. For example, companies need to understand the value of the project and the impact that their contributions make. And open source foundations like KDE can evaluate the impact that their programs, that their work is having as they respond to their community's needs. And so the opportunity here is to start measuring our success and measuring our community's health. We all have annual reports where we do, but this is taking it to the next level. And for that, there's a project that exists today called the Chaos Project. If you haven't heard about it, please check it out. It is focused on developing metrics and practices to help organizations measure their community's health. And KDE and GNOME are collaborating on creating a set of metrics specifically for our foundations. I'm part of the working group. It's called the App Ecosystem Working Group. It's an open, group to join. So if you'd like to check us out, I've included a link there. And if you are part of another open source project, I encourage you again to check out Chaos, because I think it's a really great thing to look into as we continue to mature our organizations. The next factor is healthy thinking. And to me, this is all about policies and programs and kind of like how we are enabling our community from a high level perspective. And I love that KDE's mission statement includes this people-centric bit that says that in order to promote the development of free and open source software, KDE maintains a diverse, inclusive, and safe community. So KDE is specifically calling this out, that the people aspect is important. And I think that's important because it then enables you to fund projects or programs that are specific to helping make sure that that happens. As I mentioned before, paid staff, I think that that's a really important thing to consider, and that could be full-time or contractors. But I think that having somebody there that sees the organization evolve, that is paid and dedicated to the project, is to work on a project is really important. We at GNOME have even hired a full-time developer to work on GTK and other aspects, a sysadmin. We have somebody who's helping with fundraising, all that kind of stuff. And so I think that, we're still in the experimental phase at GNOME in terms of understanding, how many people to employ and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's a really important step to be taking. And then sustainability in general. One of the things here is that I'm not sure that we do a great job of collaborating with others to the degree that we could be collaborating. I was part of this organization called FOSS Responders that came into being to support organizations during COVID-19 because, because of the lack of in-person events, we thought that projects would be financially impacted. And I was just amazed at how many amazing people there from like the Python Foundation and Drupal Association and all these other ones that I know, I know that they're there. I know that they exist and we meet at events, but we don't do enough collaboration. And I think that that's a key area, and a healthy way of thinking is like, how can we continue to collaborate with more open source projects and really think about this from the ecosystem point of view. And I just want to, in case you haven't heard about it, there's this group called Sustain OSS. I have the link here. And it's a lot of people from different associations, from companies that have open source program offices that all get together to talk about sustainability. And the opportunity here for KDE and other organizations is that we think about also a broader set of skills and more diversity in open source. And with this, I mean going beyond normal non-code contributions, which are usually like documentation or translation, outreach, but really challenging ourselves to think even further. For example, someone might be interested in building skills for sales or business development, or they might have that expertise. They would be great for fundraising or partnerships teams here at open source, at KDE and other open source projects. Or people who have HR and people skills or expertise. They'd be great for engagement teams, board of directors, or newcomers initiatives. So again, let's think even beyond just the normal non-code contributions and do outreach into those areas. The final focus area is connection, and this is all about people-focused programs. I think social events are crucial to the health of communities, and I was so happy to see that here at Akademy we have a couple of social events coming up. I've included links here just in case you haven't already signed up. I've signed up for one of the escape rooms and really excited about it. And I think it's really important to have these regular social interactions so that you keep building relationships with the people that you're working with. It really helps newcomers feel connected, people who are already part of the community to feel motivated to continue to contribute. And I think it's great to remember that we're a global community, so time zones and like the way that you connect is really important. Some people may not have great internet connections, so maybe a chat-based thing might be more useful in certain situations versus maybe video would be better in others. So thinking about all those things. Onboarding initiatives, I think that's really important for the connection. Having some sort of a personal touch might be great to incorporate into such a thing. And I love that KDE is thinking about this. I know that the move to GitLab was actually part of this, where you're thinking about the newcomer's experience and the types of tools that'll help make it easier for people to contribute. So I want to encourage that continuation to think about the people first. And again, I think that it's really important not just to focus on the technical skills that our community has, but also the people skills. And so having people-oriented training on things like implicit bias, which I know happened earlier at Akademy, and I'm bummed that I missed out. We at GNOME had this code of conduct training for events teams so that they know how to handle complaints and to actually implement a code of conduct. And things like collaborative communication, which is what the rest of this presentation will be about. I think it's really important to build in these people skills into a community in order to make them resilient and in order to enable just collaboration in general. Okay, so as I mentioned, the rest of this is going to be around collaborative communication. And if you've seen some of my other talks this year, this will be a pretty condensed version, and it won't have all of the topics, but I hope you'll still learn something today for people new to this topic. I'm going to start off with some of my favorite hacks, and these are ones that I really would love everybody in the world to know. The first is that it is the writer's job to be understood. And for this, formatting really helps. So I know that sometimes when we're writing issue descriptions or anything else, we have bullet points. And sometimes bullet points even, like we think that that's good formatting, but it can end up looking like a wall of text. So here you'll notice that I have bullets, but I've actually bolded the first item to kind of give you a sense of what the rest of the bullet will be. And that really helps somebody be able to skim through it and understand like what they're most interested in, or be able to refer back to it later. So that's a really handy thing, doing a skim test. Also, making sure that you understand if you have a call to action and what that is, make it really clear. Make sure to state who needs to do it and by when. Try to avoid long sentences, break them up if at all possible. And then do not assume previous knowledge. Make sure that it's easy for anybody to just jump right in. And this might even be thinking about like the acronyms that you're using or just the terminology that you're using. It might end up excluding others. So make sure that you think through it through that lens of making sure that anybody can jump right in. As I mentioned, a lot of us are, spending time writing things in issues and communicating via merge requests or other things that are development oriented. And I think that formatting is really important there. Here's an example of an issue that our social team actually created at GitLab, where when you have, this is an issue template, so whenever you have a request for them, you can easily go through all of the steps they need you to fill in and be able to submit it. And here you see that they've made use of different titles, of checkboxes, of emoticons, and all of this really helps you be able to perform the tasks that they need you to. So I want us all to keep that in mind as we're writing our own issue descriptions. And sometimes when we open feature requests or file bugs, they can sit around for years. And if they're really, controversial, they might have hundreds of comments in them. And so it's important for us also to treat the description area as a living document, as a living section, where you might want to have a summary of what the conversation has been so far or what's going on. That way, people don't have to read through 752 comments and try to understand what's going on, but they can get a quick sense of what's happening and then go into the comments to get further detail. So again, this is keeping in mind that everybody should just be able to jump right in. This next one is one of my personal favorites. It's yes and. And so basically it's instead of saying no or yes, but, which is a favorite of many people, just try switching it to yes and. So you can say something like, yes, I hear you, and I disagree. So just by using that and, it acknowledges what the person has just said, and it lets you still disagree. And so that makes somebody more willing to listen to you because they feel heard and understood, and then they're willing to try to hear and understand you. So it's a very powerful psychological difference. I really encourage you to start using it. And it's so cool that just one little word can have such a profound, can make such a profound difference to how we collaborate, you know, like that and can make somebody go from feeling attacked or like not listened to feeling heard and wanting to collaborate. And so collaborative communication, collaborative phrases are so important. Here's a list. You're welcome to screenshot it. And so an example, I won't go through all of these, but the very first one, how might we? Another alternative of this that isn't as collaborative is we need to solve this challenge. It's a statement, it's, you know, saying we, so it's inclusive. But if you just change that to how might we solve this challenge, it then goes from kind of like a closed off feeling to more of like a, I'm invited to participate. I get to give my input and my ideas. And so that one little switch, again, makes a huge difference. And a lot of these phrases do the same. I encourage you to read up on other ones that might help you too. All right, next section is navigating cultural differences. And this is really important as we continue to expand our communities and diversify our contributor base. This section is really based off of the culture map, which is written by Erin Meyer. She does research into this topic. And she's plotted out countries along these 7 indicators, which are communicating, evaluating, leading, trusting, disagreeing, scheduling, and persuading. And while I don't have time to go through all of these, I'll cover a few. The first one is communication. Here we go, communicating. We have low context cultures and high context cultures. Low context value communication that is precise, simple, and clear. Oftentimes repetition is used to avoid misunderstandings. Versus high context cultures care about sophisticated language and nuanced, layered. Oftentimes you have to read between the lines. The next indicator is evaluating, and this has to do with how people deliver negative feedback. Direct negative feedback cultures deliver feedback frankly, bluntly, honestly. They don't soften them with positive feedback or positive messages. And they oftentimes use absolutes, so things like you always do this or you completely failed, things like that. And it's okay to give negative feedback in front of groups. On the other hand, indirect negative feedback cultures deliver the feedback softly, subtly, and diplomatically. They often use positive messages to wrap negative ones. So you might have heard of the sandwich effect, which is positive thing, you give your negative feedback, and then you end with a positive sandwich effect. And oftentimes qualifying descriptors are used, like you sort of do this a little bit, sometimes. Oftentimes feedback, this negative feedback is given in private. And so you can see how if cultures value giving negative feedback in different ways, this could be really problematic in any situation. And especially online where sometimes like other context is missed with like facial expression or just in general, like the physical cues that you get. So it's really important to understand that this difference exists. And as we navigate these different relationships and different scenarios when we're working in open source. This last indicator is persuading, and this is principles first cultures value the why before anything else. They've been trained to develop the theory or the concept first before presenting facts, statements, or opinions. And applications first cultures value the how or the what first. They're trained to begin with the facts and the statements and then back it up as necessary. And what Aaron Myers mentioned is that somebody from France might get really frustrated if they're working with a manager from the United States, for example, that is constantly asking them to do something and mentioning the how and the what, but not really the why. And so again, I just think that this is a really interesting indicator to know about as we consider how we work with others. And lastly, I kind of wanted to show how this actually works by choosing an example of seeing where the KDEB board of directors is from, or what cultures they might be identify with. And I didn't consult all of the board members, I'm sorry, so this is just my best guess based on some information that I've been able to gather. So this is, we have directors with backgrounds from Canada, Germany, Greece, Netherlands, Spain, and as you can see, there's a map of that visually on the right. We'll just choose the trusting indicator, which is kind of in the middle of that all. And you can see that some of the board members are from cultures that are task-based trust building, which means that the way that they build trust is by doing tasks with others. Like, how well do you perform? How, like, can I depend on you from a work perspective? Versus there are some board members that are more from the relationship-based trust building, which they really need more of that personal connection and understanding. Do others trust you? What else do you do in your life? Like, what's the full person here that I'm interacting with? And so with this, it would be really great for the board to have both, to really work on building both types of trust, making sure that there are some social events where they can get to know each other over lunch or, you know, drinks or whatever it is, and keeping in mind that others might build trust more through just working together and really like carrying out the tasks. So by looking at maps like this, you can start to understand the working groups or the people that you normally interact with and develop more empathy for the approach of everybody. All right, final tips. I'm almost at time. The first is really to invest time in understanding the people that you work with. Don't make assumptions. I just kind of did in the last slide, but somebody may not identify as the culture of the country where they were born, or someone might look like they're from a certain culture, but they may totally identify with a different one. So don't make assumptions. And then I think that it's okay to set expectations. I've included a link below to check out GitLab's cross-culture collaboration guide, which is what inspired this section of my talk. But you know, in the cross-culture collaboration guide, they really mention, you know, GitLab values this type of communication, or like, this is the leadership style that we have. And I think that's okay, but we need to also understand that as we're building diverse teams and having, for example, an interview process that really values low context communication, that means that you might be, you know, not allowing people from high context communication cultures to be part of your company. So you really have to understand these differences and see how they're affecting our interviews and everything else. All right, and I'm going to end with this quote, which is, "Communication works for those who work at it," a quote by John Powell. And this really is meant to just encourage you to continue to develop your communication skills. It's something that is quite technical in nature in many ways. Like, there's psychology behind it, and that, you know, it takes research to really understand how best to communicate. And so I think that by having communities where you're able to communicate well and you build resiliency into your program, into your open source project, because people are able to bounce back more easily by having that human connection. So that's it. I'm at time, so if you have any questions, feel free to send me a message on LinkedIn, Twitter, at me on GitLab, and I'll be reading the shared notes doc later and responding there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nuritzi. That was super interesting, and I hope many of us will take some interesting learnings from it. And yeah, there are a bunch of questions in the shared notes. Maybe you can answer them in the chat later also. Yeah. And that concludes our second day of talks at Akademy.
I'll sign off. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye. I think there will be some more socializing in the social Big Free Button rooms. I will defer to Frederick as the master of that, and see you tomorrow for BOFs and workshops. Bye.
Oh, thank you. Social, yeah. I hope people are finding rooms and fun. You do have the option to just open up those rooms, have some fun, do more crazy hat competitions. Oh, camera not working? Yeah. All right. So thank you so much for joining. Remember, there's more stuff happening all week long. I hope many of you can join. Of course, that's potentially colliding with work, but who needs work when you can have fun at Akademy anyway? Yeah. So we'll end this room here, and please chat with each other in, for example, the Telegram group, where to meet up, do hang out, socialize, have some fun together. Where's the party? I think we can start in the hallway room, for example. We had that in the afternoon. Does somebody find the link? I guess I can try to find it. The party is in the hallway room. Where else would it be? This year we have hallway parties. Link coming up here. Does this work? No. Some people are already in the room. Excellent. Why did I not manage to copy it? Let's try again. Oh, there. Yes, that's the room. So, perfect. You great people have figured it out all by yourselves. So, and for those that are still here, we had a fun experiment during lunch, splitting up into smaller groups. It's a bit tricky to get that working with Big Blue Button, but it was fun. Thank you all for joining. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks to the sponsors. This is awesome. Despite being online, I think we did manage to rock quite hard here. Keep up the good work. See you in the hallway and the other rooms. All right. Keep in touch. See you tomorrow.